I would like to remind everyone that this show is brought to you by the Dolphin Wars.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to King Dolphin TV, episode 237. This is ladies' night. The ladies are taking over, but I'm going to at least do my normal welcome, and then I will leave before I get clobbered.
That's right.
I don't know what you're talking about, Raymond.
We have an agent in the house, don't we? Oh my goodness.
Yes.
We have an agent in the house.
Yes, we do. Let me welcome the panel. First off, we have our producer, Sandra, who will also be the queen of ceremonies tonight. She'll be fine, honey. We have co-host, Wendy, Trauma Warrior.
Hello.
We have the wonderful Rennie L.
Hello.
And we will get started with welcoming the chat. If you want to join in the piano, either DM me or do the email that's in the on the banner.
But remember, it's ladies' night, so you have to have the right chromosomes.
That's right.
The ladies' rule. So
That's right.
So it's primarily for the ladies.
At some point, you have to have had ovaries.
That's right.
Oh, gosh. Here we go.
She's just being scientific.
Exactly.
I'm following the science.
It's the nurse dinner. Okay.
Sorry. Sorry.
Don't be sorry.
So Goddess is asking.
He's quieter than usual, Gus, because I told him he can't have his microphone or speaker anything on. He has to go through mine because the echo is really, really bad.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. I'm locked in the basement while Sandra has some income.
Hey, if you're going to be in the basement, you can take care of folding the laundry that's in the dryer and take the stuff from the washer and put it in the dryer.
There you go.
Not only is Sandra the queen of the channel, she's the queen of the house.
That's
Just
right.
She is.
Oh, and the dishwasher needs to be emptied.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
I am dread. I'm ready to regret that I made it.
You'll be fine.
It's already broken.
This might be a toughest of the three. This is our third annual ladies' night, so I've got the feeling they've practiced and they'll be ready to torment the rest of us. Beth says, "What if I identify as a lady just for tonight?"
Well, since it's you, we might make an exception as long as you promise to not wear a dress.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, I saw that thread already.
As much as I love Fett, yeah, I would have to agree with that. Please don't.
No dress.
All right, so let me welcome everybody, and then I will turn it over to the lovely lady.
No, maybe if he had a James Bond suit on over his armor.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay, first let us welcome Dalek 451. Welcome. We have Matt G, alias Taylor Swift greater than Disney. We have Disney Sheep Herder. Hello, sir. We have. Oh boy, I'm gonna poke my mind's eye out on that one. We've got Sci-Fi Mombi. You've got check your DMs, sci-fi. We've got Matt G, alias Taylor Swift, rated in Disney. And let's see. We've got, and now the amazing Grinches. Our co-host will be sitting out with me. We've got John Rendell. We've got the amazing Pet for Hire. Oh, I also, yes, I did say $451. Hello, Dollar. We've got the first one in, the last one out. Legatus Legionine. We've got Fudging Hedgehog Adventures. The Ginger Menace is here. And we've got the fattest, hardest working bear on the internet. I know none of us can do the jaws like Pudgy can. So just bring it on. Oracle first. Super scream. Sorry, I'm a bear. I'm not a lady. So I'm gonna go. And I have it from good authority that because it's a lady night, Major Kong and Sniffles will not be here tonight. So we shall. Oh, that's great. Now it's got good news for Pudgy. Went to start doing volunteer work at a hedgehog rescue center. Cool.
That's cool.
That is cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, very cool. All right. So again, ladies, if you want to, join the link on the panel, reach out to me and to let me know if you want a link. Also, if you are so inclined, like and subscribe, and also tip. The tip will be on the stream in a moment, and this way you'll keep Snortopoopus in walruses, and we'll start helping to pay for PodCon, which is coming up. I will come up. I will make a big announcement at the end of the show. All right, ready?
Well, it's about time you shut up. Ooh, did I say that out loud?
Amen.
Fix the screen, my dear.
Still love you.
Yeah, he still wants to
Love
see
you,
himself
sweetie.
instead of our avatars.
He knows I love him.
Yeah, we all do. We love you, Raymond.
Yeah.
That's why it's so much more fun to pick on you.
Exactly.
See?
I usually just get to pick on him in person. All right, so I don't know how many of you remember seeing his friend from work that does the martial arts. The guy who's a mixed martial artist, and he's been on a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so evidently he gets a lot of humor out of torturing people. So he came around to Raymond and made him start learning some of these moves. Raymond is 63, okay? This guy's at least half his age. So everything's going along swimmingly until I think it was Thursday. And he taught him a move, and now Raymond's got this sore muscle on the side of his rib cage. And you know, the best way to get
subcostals hurt so much.
Exactly.
They
and
do.
I'm hearing no end of it. So
Yeah.
you know, it is a little swollen now. It wasn't swollen the first day. But when I tried to massage it out, he's crying. Well, not crying, but
he needs
it
ice.
hurts. It hurts. I'm like, yes, it hurts. You've got nothing supporting the muscle, and you've got very thin muscle next to the nerves. Yes, it hurts. It's going to hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But he says after I put pressure on it and gave him a massage, it felt better.
Yeah.
I bet
So
he's really grateful that he married a nurse, a still practicing nurse.
he says I have no bedside manner.
Well, you have to be
It's
home
hard
to save your
to.
husband.
Well, yeah, and
It's
when
hard
it's
to
hard
whenever
to.
you know someone like a family member, because it's kind of like, I remember my cousin called me a few years ago because she was gonna and she's older than me, by the way. She's in her late 50s. She was gonna have to get tubes put in her ears. And
Oh
she was
my.
crying to me for
Aw.
sympathy. And I was like, you know, they do that to babies and you don't even go under general anesthesia, right? Because you don't. It takes about 2 minutes per ear.
Yeah, it
They
takes
just give
longer to
you
put you under.
gas.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
put them under, they're going to be under anesthesia too long. I mean, longer than they
right.
need to be. You
Yeah.
won't even end
Surgical
up with,
time is usually between 5 to 7 minutes. That's it.
yeah,
That's the average. Yeah.
yeah. So you just hold still, and
So,
there's really not nerve endings that you're going to be messing with.
right.
It's
And so
the
then, so,
idea.
yeah. And she was upset with me because I had said that and
Yeah,
telling me that I didn't have any sympathy for her.
yeah.
And so I said, do you know where I work at in the hospital?
Yeah.
You do realize I see dying people every day?
Exactly.
Tubes in the ears?
Uh-huh.
Call me if they have to put a tube down your throat. They don't have to put a tube down your
Exactly.
throat for that.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
You know,
I hear
so
that.
you go and you go to work and you're dealing with people that have had life-changing injuries. They've had
Absolutely.
heart surgery where they've had, their chest cracked
Yeah.
open and they're worked on the heart, and now they've got tubes
That's in
coming out of
the
it.
ER. We do that in the ER. If we can bring them
Yeah,
back to life in the ER, then we take them up to the operating room and finish fixing them.
exactly. And then I get them. And
Yeah.
so I'm keeping them alive with drugs and
Mhm.
machines. And
Mhm.
by morning, maybe if they're doing really well, they'll have the tube out of their throat, and maybe I'll be taking their chest tubes out that day or maybe the next day.
Right.
But they're seriously ill. I'm sorry your
Yeah.
little cold doesn't register on my sympathy meter.
Yeah.
I do feel bad that he's hurting because, I know what it's like to be hurting, but
Right.
come on,
Me too.
really? You know, yeah,
Yeah.
it'll go away. So,
Yeah.
yeah, he evidently was getting picked on by
My
this
dad
guy.
actually, when my dad was hospitalized with COVID earlier or this last year, a few months ago,
Mhm.
he told me that I wasn't very nice.
Yeah, when I
he
was
wanted
working in
he wanted
rehab.
me to hold the urinal for him because he was coughing too much.
Oh, my
Like,
word. Hold
get your
those
ass
frickin'
up and walk to the bathroom. Your legs aren't
Exactly.
broke. You're not on a vent.
Yeah, I know poor Rennie is going like, I don't know anything about this. But when people go into the hospital, they forget how to pick up a cup.
Mhm.
Wow.
They forget how to walk to the bathroom. They forget how to do anything for themselves.
You do.
And then it's like there's electric eye at the door to
And
the room.
the ones that want to do things for themselves are the ones that can't because they're too injured to do it and they need somebody to do it for them.
Yeah. When I was working in
And
rehab,
they would love to be able to do that by
oh
themselves.
yeah, I had amputees who were trying to get up on one leg.
Yeah.
No, no, don't do that. You haven't been through it. You don't even know how to stand. You're not even healed yet. Stop it.
Or my argument, if you fall, then I have to do a lot of paperwork.
Exactly. Exactly. Raymond, take care
They're
of
going to
this
be
dog.
terrified of nurses after listening to us.
But then the families are the worst. Oh my gosh.
They're
The
horrible. That's
families
why
can.
I liked working in surgery.
Oh, my favorite patients are intubated and sedated because no one's talking to you.
Absolutely. That's right. And I worked
Nobody.
on trauma patients, so most of my patients were already unconscious when they got there, and the family was never there with them. They came later when I was already in the
Oh,
operating room.
that's good. But when Raymond. Hi, Mary.
Hi, Mary. How you doing?
Are you
Hello?
muted, Mary?
Mary, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Mary. Can you maybe adjust
be-
your speaker, your microphone?
As I say, could be StreamYard's like
Oh.
audio or something. I don't know.
Sometimes I have to jump out and jump back in to make it work.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Mary.
Still can't hear you.
Pudgy
I'm sure she'd
says
have a
you
good
should-
nurse story.
Oh, I'm sure. Pudgy says you need to push your belly button to talk. We can't hear Mary. Can you see if you can do something?
She's up.
Yeah, I know she's on there, but we can't hear her.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yep. Now we can.
Perfect.
Okay,
Okay.
cool. Okay,
Hi,
great.
Mary.
I had this young patient one time. It was a male, and he had been on I don't know what drugs, but he was completely out of it when he came to me. But I was doing an assessment, and his bladder was hard as a rock, right? So I asked him to put in a Foley, and so I put in a Foley catheter for him, and I had to do it very slowly because you can't do it really fast when there's
Right.
that much urine in there. You taint their blood pressure, so I had to do it really slowly. But I got freaking 1.5 liters, or yeah,
Jeez.
That's a
Off of-
lot.
That's a
But-
distended bladder.
1.5 liters off of his bladder. And then
Wow.
the next day, he was like so embarrassed that I was the one that stuck in the catheter.
You know, and by the time you've done a half a dozen of them, it's like, yeah, one looks like another, so what?
Exactly. That's what I was
Yeah.
saying. I'm like, it doesn't bother me. He was like completely embarrassed.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's no big deal. I see it all the time.
Yeah.
Whatever. So
Many years ago, whenever I was I just got out of the army and I was going through the orientation through the operating room. Part of your rotations in operating room are the different services, general surgery, orthopedic, all these. Well, I had to do my time in colonoscopy, in endoscopy, doing colonoscopies and stuff. And so we were doing this colonoscopy, and the doctor puts the colonoscope in, and he starts kind of working his way in, and then all of a sudden the patient, who's zonked out supposedly but not under general anesthesia, he waves his hand behind him because he's laying on his side, and he says,
Yeah.
"Tony, not now, I'm trying to sleep."
Oh my God.
And I mean, I'm just standing there, I was like, seriously? And nobody said anything. This is how they do this. They do endoscopy all the time, so they're used to patients saying weird things, apparently. And I was the one that was SOL. So I looked at the surgeon. I'm like, dude. And he says, "I think Tony's been here before."
Oh my God.
That's my colonoscopy joke. Thank God I didn't do a lot of those.
Yeah. Thank you, Wendy.
Oh, that gets much worse than that, Rennie. Trust me.
But Raymond
We
was
just can't
coming
talk
out of-
about some of it.
Yeah, exactly. So Raymond had a procedure done and was coming out of his anesthesia, and he just kind of looks at me and, "Hi," and the nurse had given him a cookie because he was allowed to, they wanted to, get to make sure he wasn't going to throw up or anything, so he had a little bit of
Yeah.
juice and a cookie, and he holds up this cookie and goes, "I have a cookie. You want a cookie?" "Hi." And then he ate it and he says, "Cookie's gone. I want another cookie."
Oh my God.
I'm just laughing.
Oh
He got like his
God.
cookies. Hi, Agent Pepsi One.
Hey, how
How are
are
you guys
y'all?
doing?
You're here to be traumatized with Rennie and in Raymond?
I am. I don't know how long. I don't know how long I'll be able to stay today. I don't know if you've seen the radar. It's like we're about to be hit with a storm front.
Oh my.
Oh.
They're talking 2.5 inches of rain in the next like 6 hours.
Uh-huh.
Oh my
You're still in the
gosh.
South, right?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm in Vicksburg, and it the power's been flickering already. I just got home, so I'm here until.
Oh.
Yeah, mine was like that this morning. So it was like raining in Texas, and my Wi-Fi went out earlier, and I was like, "Well, shit, that's not going to be any good. I have 2 streams tonight. You better come back up." And
That's right.
sorry, Sandra. So thank goodness everything booted back up, but I was in a little bit of a panic earlier. So
Well,
I
I
mean,
can't
it's
swim. Yeah, I can't swim, so Rennie had to be here because I don't come on unless Rennie's there.
oh, well,
oh.
you know, if I tell you I'm going to be here, come hell or high water, I'm going to try to be here. I feel bad. Like the previous times you or Raymond has asked me, it's just not synced up with what was going on in my life. So I'm like, I really need to be there this time. So
Yeah, well, you can
I'm
only
glad
do
I
what you
could
can
make
do.
it.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Yep. So
Thank you.
because we have a family of a pilot here, I thought I would show you guys the plane that I'm going to start flying next week. Can you see the screen I just shared with the airplanes on it?
Not yet.
I don't
here we
see
go.
it.
It's
Here we go.
loading.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
So
cool.
the one on the right
Oh,
hand
okay.
side
Look at
here,
that.
that
Yeah.
is called a Technum.
Wow.
And
Okay.
I did 2 hours of ground last week talking about the systems and the different idiosyncrasies because it's an Italian airplane. And instead
Wow.
of like most American airplanes that have the door on this side for some crazy reason,
Right.
the door is on the pilot side. And the
Hmm.
passengers have to climb over to get into the seat.
Wow.
It's
Okay.
really underpowered, so you can't fit as many people in it as you would think.
Hmm.
But it looks like a cool little airplane. This is really one of the few planes I've seen where it's got a high wing with the engines on the wings.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Normally
that.
it's low. And I'm 5'2" and I can get into it without a step stool and without climbing hard. I mean, I can get into it.
Awesome.
So,
Even better, yeah.
so
So,
go ahead.
so I was going to ask him, how many people can you fly with that?
Total of 3, including the pilot.
Okay.
Whereas the Aztec that I like to fly can hold 8
Ah.
and still climb on one engine. If
And
when you lose one engine, you need to get back to the airport.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean the engines look itty bitty on that thing.
Yeah, they're not as
They
small
are.
as they look in the picture, but they're small.
So, question, Sandra, is that
Uh-huh.
what you possibly could be flying to Texas soon?
No, if
Oh.
I get to fly down to Texas, let's see. It would be one of these.
Okay.
But it'd be the CAP one, and it's had this kind of avionics in it. Well, actually,
Interesting.
here's a better picture. This is what it looks like on the inside.
Cool.
Now, the plane I usually fly with the Aztec, which is my favorite one. My favorite twin is this. That's
Oh,
the
okay. Look
Aztec.
at that.
Oh yeah. That's a nice one. I like the
this
lines.
Yeah,
He's party.
Nice lines.
it's a sexy airplane. And it's got 2 300 horsepower engines on it.
Wow.
So yes, it will
Yeah.
climb on one engine. It'll
Mhm.
climb very well on one engine.
Hmm.
So
So what is the range on something like that? I mean, can you fly like nonstop from West Virginia?
with the 182, if I go down to Texas and I fly the 182, I'll have to make one fuel stop. That's to Dallas. If well, the Technum probably would need one fuel stop. The Aztec could make it on one load. I wouldn't have to stop at all.
Okay.
Now it's expensive as crap to do that. But
Yeah. bigger gas tank.
yeah, the
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, I can't imagine that the fuel is going to be cheap no matter what.
Oh no, it's
Oh
not.
no.
It's 100 low lead, so it's like $7 to $8 a gallon, depending on where you
Oh,
are.
Jesus.
The Cessna burns 10 to 12 gallons an hour, closer to 12. The Technum, I don't know. So it's probably, when you have two engines, it's probably burning twice that. The Aztec burns like 24 or 30 gallons an hour.
How much do they
Wow.
hold?
The Cessna holds 85 gallons. I'm
Mhm.
not sure how much the Technum holds. And my brain just went dead on how much the Aztec holds.
Oh my God,
You'll get it when
like
you're not thinking about it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, as soon as we're done.
You know how it goes. It's like, oh, dang it. Why wasn't it in my brain when I needed it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm getting old, you know.
So how
What are
do
you
they-
You and
talking
me
about?
both.
Happens to me all the time.
Pudgy just says, as long as I don't go down to Georgia. Pudgy heard the devil lives there.
Oh, yep, you did.
Lord.
So anyway, since your husband's a pilot, I just thought I would share that with you so that you could, while you're still here, so that you could see what my next little adventure is going to be.
And that is wonderful. I flew with him twice on little planes, and it was a scary experience. I think you could probably do the little plane better than he can.
Probably, because when you get to the big airplanes, well, you do what's called a flare, which is where you bring the nose up so you don't hit the nose wheel first, and you do it at like 20 feet. In a small airplane, you do it at like 5 to 10 feet.
Oh, okay.
So if you're used to flying a big airplane, coming down to a small airplane is really hard because your perspective changes, the muscle movements change, the systems change, and it's not an easy
The
skill
dashboard's
to
a lot
carry over.
smaller.
Yeah,
A lot less
exactly.
buttons.
Yeah, I mean, what I remember is, it seemed like all the maneuvers were so abrupt.
Which they don't have to be. You just have to make sure that you're taking things nice and easy. That's where women make better pilots in some cases. It's because we tend to finesse. We take things smoother. We don't yank and bank. We're very gentle with the controls. Where men tend to excel with flying is in the emergencies. Most women
Okay.
don't respond immediately in an emergency unless you're trained. Like Wendy and Mary and I, having had nursing training, we automatically jump into action.
Yep.
That it just happens. But as a general rule, men will jump into action faster than women will. So if you have an emergency, men generally are better at it than women are.
Now, Sandra, that's being intolerant.
I know. Do I care? No.
You know I had to
My
say
flip-
that.
It's
How
the
dare you.
reality. It's just a
It is.
reality.
It's sad when you talk regular, I guess, like common genetics or biology or whatever, and people are like, no, that's wrong. It's like, no, I'm not talking
Yeah.
semantics. I'm talking science. Do you understand the
Yeah.
difference? So
Well, just like women, we have usually, once again, we have more patience with children and animals because it's the nurture part of our nature. Men tend to generally, once again, tend towards the discipline and the order because that's how they're wired. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just how things are. And there's exceptions to every rule, but that's generally genetically how we are. And Rob Wright is asking what airport I'd be flying to. If I fly into Dallas, it would be Denton. That's DTO.
Mhm.
So that is on the northwest side of Dallas.
I've only flew into Dallas Fort Worth. I
Yeah.
think.
That's a big airport.
Oh
It's,
my
That's
God,
a
yes.
nightmare.
it's
I've
a
been through there.
nightmare.
It is a
Oh,
freaking
Jesus.
nightmare.
And like there's so many people that don't like, I'll be honest, I've flown through it, and there have been times when it's like you'll be at the airport and it's like, oh, by the way, your gate just changed. It's like, crap, I have 20 minutes to check
Yeah.
in. And then you have
Oh
to
my
take
God,
like
yes.
one of those shuttles, those weird shuttle things to the other side, and it's like, we better make it on time, better make it on time. And you just get that notice right at that moment, and you could be at the airport as early as you want, but those last minute changes happen, and with
Right.
the place biggest DF Dubs, it's kind of hard. So
Yeah.
It's not just last minute changes. I know every time I've flown like on American Airlines, them especially, and you have to change planes, and they give you like 35 minutes, and then
Yep.
your plane's on like in another terminal, and it's just
It's an
it's
exactly. I
terrible.
was gonna bring that up too. It's ridiculous. Jimmy and I went to Las Vegas, and we left here on American, went through Dallas, had to change planes so we could
Yeah.
get to the plane for Vegas, and then coming back, it was the same thing. And we had to change planes in different terminals. We had to get on the stupid little buses and practically run to our gate.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean it's so big.
I
It's
know American is owned in Texas, or the headquarters is here.
Yeah.
However, they're like the worst airline I think I've flown with, aside from like Spirit.
Oh
They're
my God,
awful.
yes.
Yeah.
Like the
Jesus,
comfort
yes.
is
Well,
decent, but the way they
I
run the
think
airline
my
sucks.
biggest complaint is I was on I'm flying American. All the airplanes I crawl onto are American. Why are there American planes at different terminals? Why not just have
I
these
mean
terminals for
exactly.
this?
I mean exactly right.
Delta's based out of Salt Lake City, so I always fly Delta just because it's here, and like they have a lot of terminals for Delta, but every time I've flown, it's at the end of the freaking all the way down at the end
Oh
because
God,
there are
yes.
so many gates for Delta. So
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, but with American, what I found out is their international service is really nice, but their domestic service is like. Well, I mean, I haven't like flown like from New York, nonstop Los Angeles or something, but I mean, their regional service is just terrible,
Oh, it is. It's awful.
and they're always late. And that's what bothers me. I mean, they're always late.
Yeah, and it drove me. The only airline that has ever lost my luggage was Delta. I
See, I've
was
had
Yeah.
nothing but good
Oh my God,
American is
experiences.
yes.
the only one who lost mine.
I was going
Mary,
from.
your mic is really faded, and I think some of us, without hearing you, are talking over you by accident because we can't hear you. It's like
Oh
really
gosh.
faded. Yeah,
Okay.
it's bad.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah. That's it
Okay.
better.
Cool.
So Rob Wright says that he lives in Grapevine.
Okay.
I know where that is.
Yeah, me
I
too.
figured you would.
Hi, Rob.
And Legata says, travel agent probably should. Your travel agent would have done a better job when it comes to making connections. Well, we're our own travel agent these days.
You
Yeah,
know it.
why pay for
Yeah,
it?
I was gonna say,
Yep.
I don't even. I'm sure there is, but I'm not sure
Yeah.
how many we'd even have down here anymore.
Yeah. Well, the time that Delta lost my luggage, I was going up from I think it was BWI. Yeah, BWI. We made a change, I forget where, and landed in, oh gosh, where was it? Anyway, I was picking up an airplane at the factory. They took us to whatever airport that was, and my luggage wasn't there.
Oh, Jesus.
And
Oh, that's disappointing.
they were condescending. Did you actually look? Do you know what your luggage looked like? And I looked, I'm like,
I mean,
yes,
yeah.
I know what it looks like. And yes, I looked in the right place. Well,
Girl,
they're
you're
very
nicer than me. I'd be
condescending.
getting in a boxing
I
match
mean,
with that chick.
Jesus.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, and Rennie Pudgy says you're the official Texas expert, so you do know everything.
Thank you, Pudgy. That means a lot.
So they come and they're very condescending until they see now that there are 10 of us or 12 of us that don't have our bags. What happened was they took our bags and put them on a plane going to Pittsburgh
Uh,
and took the luggage that's going to Pittsburgh, Wichita,
oh,
that's where it was,
no.
and sent it to Wichita.
Jesus.
So they said, "Oh,
Oh
we'll
my
have your bags for
God.
you tomorrow." I am supposed to be in a class on this new airplane systems. I'm supposed to be in uniform. All I have is what I flew in. And, a few little things that I kept on the plane with me because who loses a bag, right? So, yeah, it
Yeah.
all worked out in the end, but I was so not happy. But it's good to know that they are required to give you toiletries and such and give you money to get things like underwear and whatever you need for a day or two until you get your stuff.
Wow. Now they
Jeez.
are.
Yeah, but I mean, if they really do it, though.
Yeah, well, I think most of you know me well enough by now to know that I don't tolerate crap.
You don't
Yeah.
keep your mouth shut, which is
I don't
good.
I don't keep my mouth shut. I work with inmates. I work with people who are trying to not do what the contract says. I have no filter. Okay, John Rendell says that.
Oh my God, like me.
Well, being a teacher, yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
So John
Yeah,
Rendell,
and all the fights at school last week is just horrendous.
oh, I can imagine. Mira Pudgy evidently works as a baggage handler. John Rundle says, I didn't know Mira Pudgy worked as a baggage handler.
Hey, Mira Pudgy, hopefully it's not for American Airlines or Delta in this case.
Pudgy says that in the event Rennie cannot perform her duties, she will be sent to Arkansas, and Wendy will be promoted to expert.
Well, that's not going to happen.
I think it would be better because
Oh my
Texas
God.
is so big. Because Texas is so big and Rennie's in the north side of Texas and I'm on the south side, we should
Yeah, we
just
can
be
split it, girl.
experts. Yeah,
you need
north and
regional
south.
experts.
Yeah,
We just
I
be
like
in
that
Austin.
idea. I'm like,
Well-
I am not going to Arkansas, damn it.
I don't blame you. When we got back from Germany with my ex and my kids and the dog and everything, we were stationed then in El Paso, Texas. So it is cold in Germany in November. It is hot
Yep.
in Texas.
Yep.
So
Yep.
even staying in the States, we're taking off our coats and everything because we're roasting. So we visit around and we're leaving the in-laws' place. It took us less time to get from Indiana to Texas than it did to get from Eastern Texas to El Paso.
Like that's legit. That's really a thing.
You
It's
know
so
it.
weird.
No.
It
You
is.
can hear it all day long, but until you're driving it, you have no concept.
Yeah.
I've done it a few times. Do not recommend. The drive can be super boring.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna
Yep.
lie.
Yep.
Super
You can
boring.
go an hour or two without even seeing a city or
Oh my God.
anything in Texas. Hours.
You can,
Well,
You
and
can
then the
take it-
area that's in, it's all flat lands, right? Because you
It
have
is.
hill
Oh, yeah.
country near Austin,
Yep.
but
Right.
that area is flat lands, and you're
Yeah,
just
but
like,
then
oh my god,
Yeah,
there's nothing to
northwest
see.
it starts to turn into a desert in the northwest side.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does. And I could
Yeah.
take my foot. I could have my foot on the gas pedal and take my hands off the car, off the steering wheel, and
Yep.
drive
Yeah.
and drive for hours.
Oh
Yeah,
God, yes.
Yeah, Rob Wright said that they didn't give him any money for his stuff. They just told him that they'd send it to the hotel the next day. They told me the same thing. I just looked at him. I said, "No. What am I supposed to do for underwear? What am I supposed to do for a toothbrush? What am I supposed to
Exactly.
do?" And they said, "Never mind here."
I mean,
They
exactly.
didn't give me crap when we got sorry, I have to
You
get
know that these people are thinking, okay, she's either a nurse or a lawyer. We're not going to screw with her.
Yeah. So,
They
so Mary, you
Yeah,
were
they
saying that
didn't
they were
give me-
giving you a hard time?
Well, I was flying American Airlines, and this was on 9/11. Okay, so we were about ready to board a plane, when the two towers went down.
Oh wow.
And
Oh
so
God.
we were stuck in Florida for another week. And then we got finally a flight out when they opened all the airlines again. But then when we were in mid flight, our connection got canceled. So we were stuck
Oh.
in like cold in like, Florida clothing, and we're um in Chicago O'Hare.
Oh,
It's
Oh
like 40
Jesus.
degrees. They didn't give us crap there, not even a pillow. And we had to stay the night because the next morning was our flight out. And they didn't give us any place to stay, nowhere, nothing. So they must have changed it because, or Sandra's just like a ball buster or something, 'cause
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to mess with her.
yeah, but my mom was on the phone with them, and my mom's a ball buster, and she was like yelling, saying, "You need to get my daughter out of there now!" Like, so,
yeah. Well,
but
we're
yeah,
visiting.
an extra week of scuba diving. Oh, boo-hoo.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, Mary, you know what they say about American Airlines, right? What was their slogan? Something special in the air. They're truly
It
special,
used to
all
be.
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the airlines used to be what they're not anymore. But a couple of years ago, well, actually, it's been a while now, when my oldest granddaughter was born, first granddaughter, never thought I'd have a granddaughter. So after she was born, we went out. I went out right away, like when she was about a month old, to give them a chance to get settled and everything. And then we went out for her first birthday for a couple of days. And we were going to go to the range, so we went and got a cup of coffee at the gas station, and went in, and the coffee thing was empty. So I just said, "Hey guys, would you mind refilling the coffee thing?" And oh yes, I'm so sorry. I'm like, it's whatever, just whatever. Just we're gonna go and get our breakfast, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. They comped our coffees. I
Woo!
mean, they were bending over backwards. I was nice to them, and they were just giving free stuff. So as we're leaving, we get outside, and my son looks at me and says, "How do you do that?" I said, "Do what?" He says, "Every time I take you someplace, if something isn't perfect, they give you free stuff." Like, I don't know. It just maybe it's because I'm short and I look mean. I don't know.
You
You
do
don't
not.
look
You do
mean.
not
Good
look
person.
mean.
You do not look mean at all in any way, shape,
No.
or form.
Nope, not at
Now
all.
Raymond might look mean, but no.
He's over there feeling the pain of being picked on, poor thing.
Yeah.
Oh
He
Aw.
will
no.
be fine. Don't you be feeling too sorry for him. No. Oh my
Oh
gosh.
wow. Big Daddy says his wife was trapped in Corpus Christi during
Oh.
9/11 and couldn't fly to home. That
That
God.
sucks.
uh,
Oh,
Baby
how long did it
Daddy.
take her to get home? 'Cause they shut everything down.
yeah.
Yeah,
How'd
it
she
was
get home?
down for a week. I'm like, we could have drove home by now. Like,
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys noticed, but Comic Relief Crusader threatened to put his dress on so he could come in
Oh,
with us.
jeez.
I'm gonna have to veto that.
He's so funny.
Well, Fett wanted to come in, and I just told him he couldn't wear a dress.
Well, Fett would be fairly he'd be more of a like just sitting back chilling. So
Yeah.
he would just be enjoying the ride, so to speak. I'm trying to say something that doesn't sound sexual, and I can't make myself not say it. So
sometimes you just can't help it.
Well,
Aw.
Fett's a
I
man.
just know
Fett's a man
Oh,
of few
that way.
words. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
While
there you
Comic
go.
Relief Crusader is crying, he says sob.
Aw.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, Big Daddy MRI isn't wearing pants.
Go,
We were.
no. I don't see that.
What?
Big Daddy,
No.
I have your wife's phone number. Don't make me call her and have her get on you for that.
Oh, Snort says fly ice bear air.
Yep.
Yep.
Is the rest of that where the passengers become lunch. What are pants?
I will say I don't think I'm very tasty. I'm not a carnivore. You won't like me. So
Oh, that's funny.
So let's see what what are
Oh
pants.
God.
Need to see what people are saying in the comments.
Ice barrier is a chilling experience. Thank you for sharing that your wife took your pants off, Big Daddy MRI. We needed to know that. That was really important.
If she wanted us to know that, she would have probably bragged about it herself.
That's right. Yeah, I know,
There,
Rob.
don't
Right?
let him fool
He
He and
gives us
his
too much information sometimes, but we love him anyway.
that's right.
That's the truth.
He and his wife are a really cute couple, and they very much are in love, and it's really, really sweet. Sorry to gush on you, Big Daddy, but I love you to pieces. You are an awesome
Me
person.
too.
He is
Yep.
totally awesome.
So I don't know how
What
many
else?
of you were close enough or can get time off, but we're going to have a meeting of, well, Raymond's calling it PodCon.
Hey,
It's-
no.
Raymond says no.
Wait, I'm doing it.
I'm in charge tonight. Shush.
Dang it, Raymond! You let the queen speak.
I'll let you
I'm
give
allowed to
details
kick
later.
Your butt.
But it'd be great if whoever could come up.
You can do the details.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
give the details. So evidently, the place that Raymond talked to. I mean, we live close to Gettysburg. I used to go to Gettysburg as field trips in school every single year because we live that close. Well, now I'm like an hour and a half, 2 hours away. But he's checking these random places and contacted this one place that I've never heard of before. Turns out they're a brand new organization. And they are so excited, even though it's not going to be very many people. They're super excited to have us there. I'll let Raymond give you the details.
Right.
But yeah, I
Cool.
think it's going to be a good time.
Comic says he'd take his pants off, but he's at the shop. People would talk.
I know. I just reading that.
Oh my God, I can see that.
Thank you for that visual. After
Yeah.
seeing you in the dress, I'm not sure I want to see you with your pants
Oh
on.
God.
I just barely read that. I was like, oh my God.
Get you for indecent exposure, dude.
That's right.
Sandra, just out of curiosity, what's the time frame we're talking about? I know, we don't have exact dates, but just so I kind of can get an idea.
It's the end of June. I think is it the 22nd, hon? Raymond's nodding yes. It's the 22nd of June.
Okay.
No, you can give the rest of the information. I got to ask a question. I had to answer it. Chill.
Raymond, you can blame me. I asked Sandra. Because so as you guys know, well, I think I did tell you, Sandra, Tyron's son will be up on Monday from Australia to visit. So
Cool.
I'll be using all of my vacation time, so I just don't know what I'll have. But come June, I might have a few days.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think it's kind of important that get to spend some time with him. But
Absolutely.
Yeah, if
so
you can make it,
we'll
that'd be
see.
great.
Yeah,
But,
we'll see.
There's Dulles, BWI, Reagan in the Baltimore area to fly into, which are none of them wonderful, but they are what they are.
I get you.
And then there's Harrisburg, there's Capital City, and Harrisburg International. Interestingly enough, Harrisburg International is a single runway on the eastern side of the Susquehanna River. Capital City Airport has 2 intersecting runways, is bigger, and is on the western side of the river.
Okay.
That's a little bizarre.
On the other side?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any
So I'm assuming there's a bridge.
Yeah, there's a bridge close by.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just on the eastern shore of the river is the one airport, is the international airport. And when the fog runs in, the western side of the western shore can be completely clear, and the eastern shore can be socked in.
Yeah.
And I've flown into Lancaster, which is spitting distance from the international airport, more than once, and it's been crazy cloudy on that side of the river. There was one time the clouds were all the way down to the ground. I had to not land there and go across the river to Capital City Airport.
Ah,
Oh,
But they both do have commercial travel. I just don't know if it's going to be a lot more expensive than driving or flying into Baltimore. There's also Pittsburgh, which is a lot farther. But there's plenty of different places, and there's places to stay in Gettysburg. There's and well, Rennie, you and Tyron, of course, could stay at our place.
Oh, thank you.
We'd only have one bathroom, so you'd be roughing it.
It's all good. The fact that you guys would have us in your home means more than anything, and that's very
Aw.
kind.
yeah,
That is.
extremely kind.
Oh, evidently, Ice Bear Air will put you down in the cornfield someplace close.
I'm gonna have to passport through this.
The door opens. Just get out.
Oh, cool. Amtrak connection from Harrisburg to Gettysburg. That's handy.
Oh, that's
course-
cool.
that's
That's something I haven't thought of. I think train would be kind of a fun way for us
Yeah.
to travel.
And
If
cheaper
we
than
can stand
flying.
being cooped up.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah, but it takes so long.
Yeah, because you have all those stops and it's a lot slower than going cross country. There's actually a nice little general aviation airport in Gettysburg. Getting from the airport to anything else is a little interesting, but I've flown into the Gettysburg airport more than once. It's practically next to the battlefield.
That is amazing. We have an airport called Airport Number 2 here, and we just call it Airport Number 2 because it's for all the smaller airplanes to take off from there. So they built that out in like a place where it's kind of flat,
Yeah.
that area. So but yeah, we're mostly surrounded by mountains, but it's easier for them to circle around the Great Salt Lake and do circles until we can get in because we've got mountains on all sides of us. So
Yeah, that can make it difficult, especially when it's hot out and density altitude.
absolutely, yep. So it's kind of rough going sometimes, but I'm not scared to fly at all. My mom is terrified.
Oh, it's
Like,
so fun.
I know, I love it. I'm like, I get the window, I get the window, I get the window.
I've been on planes where I'm sitting there and I'm looking at my iPad. I have it in airplane mode, and I have ForeFlight up, and I'm following the track, and I'm doing all sorts of. I'm looking at this, and I'm in pilot mode as I'm sitting in the back because I'm bored.
Yeah.
And I've had the one time a guy was sitting next to me, and it was like a 2-hour flight. And I spent almost that entire 2 hours doing ground school because he kept asking me questions. Yeah, yeah. Fett said that Raymond's in the peanut gallery. I wonder if we're going to be having a picture of that. Yeah, I'm kind of scared. I'm almost afraid to see what we're talking about showing up.
Hey, Mary, I tell you what, you say you're not scared of flying. You've
No.
never flown with my husband, and if you would,
I
you would be
would love
terrified
it.
to get on a plane.
Well, I would love it. I want to go into outer space. That's how unafraid I am.
Oh, Jesus, Mary. I love you, but that is way too much for me.
No, I
Oh,
want to. I
Jesus.
want to go to space someday. Like if I had the money to go up there, I would freaking go up there. In a heartbeat.
Oh, I would do it in a heartbeat. I
Oh,
just get,
Jesus, you're crazy.
I get motion sick though, and I think that looking at some of the training they put the astronauts through,
Mhm.
I would be throwing up the entire time. Raymond will tell you. I tell him when he's driving, slow down if we're on curves. And I'm going the speed limit. Yeah, but centrifugal force induces vomiting, so stop.
Exactly. Yep.
So
Oh,
yeah,
God.
as much as I would love to see what it looks like from out in outer space, I don't think my stomach could handle it.
Yeah.
I think that would be me too. Like as much as I aspire to be able to enjoy the experience, it's like I'd be puking everywhere. Everybody would hate me.
Yeah.
They'd be like, this
Exactly.
chick does
Oh,
not
gosh.
stop puking. I have such a
Oh,
really
jeez.
sensitive, like, motion sickness. I don't know what you would call it, trigger, I guess, so to speak. But like, even like if I'm in a car and I'm not the one driving, I get sick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you get motion
certain-
sickness.
Yeah. It's like
Yeah, so like certain airplanes even make me really sick. Like, so I can't fly Spirit or Frontier because of the way they pressurize their planes. They don't
Oh.
pressurize them properly, and so I get disembarkment sickness real bad. It's akin to vertigo kind of, but like I still like get off the flight and I'm like, I'm gonna puke. It's so
Wow.
bad.
I've had that.
Yeah.
I have had that.
I cannot drive and I cannot read while I'm riding. If I start trying to read and Raymond's driving, well, anyone's driving, I start getting sick. I can't sit in the back
Yes.
seat. I can't sit in something where I'm riding backwards. It just,
Yeah.
Well, I used to fly on aircraft or helicopters in the army. I
Oh.
got used to doing that,
yeah. Yeah,
flying
it's
backwards.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But,
I'm just not afraid, and I have a strong stomach, so like I hardly, like I've puked maybe 2 times in my whole life.
Well,
So-
you're not all blessed with that, unfortunately. So,
Yeah.
you know,
They
yeah,
used
lucky you.
when I was a kid, they'd take a bucket in the car with me because 10 15-minute drive and I'd be done.
Or like Sandra, one of those like horse things like that they put on their mouths so they can eat. That would be me. You
I'm
know?
not really. Oh my Jesus. Oh. Oh, gee, I need one of those
Airplane, the
sometime.
movie is on. What channel is Airplane on? Airplane, the movie, Rob Wright.
Oh, yeah, what
That
channel?
show was hilarious.
So funny.
You ever
So-
seen a grown man naked?
God.
Tommy Shirley.
That movie is full of one-liners.
I
Oh my
know.
God.
They'd never get away with making that today.
God, no.
No. That's why I have to watch it. What channel is it on? I'm gonna start watching other things. I'm gonna watch. Remember Cannonball Run? I'm gonna
Yeah.
watch that because that would
Another
be
one.
kicked off.
I love that movie. That was
Smokey
so
and the
funny.
Bandits.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, Smokey
Yep.
1 and 2. 1 and 2. I didn't care for the
Yep.
third one.
Yeah. Right
There
on.
was a third one? I didn't even know
There
that.
was- yeah, there was a third one. Burt Reynolds was not in it.
Well, imagine that.
Jerry Reed was.
You know with the airplane, did you see what the in-flight movie they had? It was showed nothing about, it was all about planes being
I
crashed.
can't remember.
Yeah, if you watch it, you'll see nothing but planes being
Oh.
crashed.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, program before.
If I had an airline, that's what I would show too. But, oh my
Oh.
God.
Oh, speaking of crazy airplane things, did you see that that door that blew off that 747? The bolts
I-
were never put in.
Yes,
Been-
I
Hey,
saw that.
Wendy, you're going robotic, hun. Is she just going robotic for me?
I don't know.
I think we lost her.
I think so too.
Oh man.
But the
So-
they found that
Oh, that's a cute little honor.
Is that better?
He's adorable.
Yes, that's much better, Wendy.
Cute.
Oh,
Yeah, can you hear us?
am I okay?
Yep.
Yeah, you're coming through.
Okay, we might be losing her if she can't hear us. Oh no.
So what did you think?
Yeah, I
about
can
the
hear you
bolts?
fine. I can.
Oh yeah, they were saying when they did the maintenance on when they did the NTSB did the inspection on that door that popped out.
Right.
They found that there were no marks on it at all that would indicate the bolts were ever present. So what they're
Oh my
thinking
God.
happened,
Yeah.
they had to do some repair work on the inside, so they had to remove that door in order to do the work. So when they did the work, they put the door back on and didn't put the bolts back in.
I mean,
And there's a
oh my
actually-
God.
there was actually a picture from the one guy this guy covered his butt, and it's a good thing he did. He took a picture and said, "This is the." I showed this picture to the guy who took over for me. This is the picture I gave him. I told him the bolts weren't in, and evidently the guy who took over the next shift didn't put the bolts in.
Jesus.
Oh my
Jeez.
word.
And their
That-
inspection process evidently had problems because nobody followed through to look to be sure.
Yeah, I mean, don't
There
they have
was
to
a
sign
there was
off
a
on all
crash.
this?
They're supposed to. So, but okay. So this is kind of what happened. There was a crash in Texas. It was a smaller plane, like a charter plane, from I think West Texas somewhere towards Houston, and it crashed. What happened was they were supposed to the de-icing bags are on the front of the wings on the back. The guys were supposed to change them out, and they were only going to get the one side. But the guy on the shift that was there, he'd taken the bolts off of all of them on both sides, but didn't tell them that he'd taken off the other
Oh,
bolts.
God.
Oh.
Yeah, and so the plane literally, once it hit its maximum Q, it started falling apart because it didn't have the smooth over the front of the wing,
Yep.
and
They
it just
lost
ripped
their
their wing apart.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
John Rendell says Slapshot airline, bring an umbrella.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I
people
just
do
feel sorry
crazy
for
things.
those people, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
but Apple is getting a lot of mileage over the fact that iPhone fell 30,000 feet and survived.
Yeah, they really
Wow.
are.
I haven't seen that at all. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
evidently there are a couple of phones sucked out along with this guy's clothes and stuff. It was sucked right off his body, and they were finding things, and they found this phone, and it wasn't locked. And when the guy picked it up and looked at it, it was a boarding pass for that flight.
Wow.
So
God.
they identified who the owner was, and sure enough, it had fallen out of the airplane when the door plug came out.
Oh my
Jeez.
God. That's just terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what's really weird also is the cabin door for the pilots. It is a secure door.
Hmm.
There are certain rules you
Yeah.
have to follow. If the pilot, one of the pilots has to go to the bathroom, you have to follow specific processes. You can't just open the
All
door.
protocol. Yeah.
All the
And-
bolts are in the cockpit doors. They're
Yeah.
not missing bolts there.
Oh no. But
Well-
when the pressure went, it pulled that door open. That door is designed to open. If there's a depressurization, that door is designed to open. Why?
Yeah.
So now anyone who wants to, this has been all over the place. So now someone wants to get into the cockpit, all they have to do is cause a depressurization.
Oh
Yep.
my
Of course,
God.
at that altitude, you only have a couple of minutes of useful consciousness, but that's all
Right.
it takes.
Yep.
I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Wow.
Did you guys see the SpaceX meet with the International Space Station to bring them supplies? I thought that was really cool. So they sent up a module that the International Space Station had to catch with that robotic arm
Ah,
and bring it in to connect it. And so they're putting all their garbage in that thing, and it'll burn up in the Earth's atmosphere. But they also are getting new supplies too at the same time. So it has a dual, purpose.
Cool.
And
Yeah.
I just thought that was so cool that SpaceX, sent the rocket up and brought them supplies. And it's I guess they're working with NASA is how it was
Yeah. They're
explained to me.
contracted with NASA.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was gonna say because they have SpaceX stuff all over NASA in Houston,
Yeah.
anyways. So
Yep.
So, yep, they're helping with NASA and everything. So, I just thought that was really cool watching that whole thing and looking back at the Earth. That is my dream to see
Yeah.
that.
I wanted to be an astronaut as a kid. That was before, of course, I realized how bad my motion sickness would prevent it. But yeah, I would
Like, did you even
love. I
like
would.
when you would watch like the G-force test that they would do with that? Like, I think there's
Uh-huh.
that one where you're sitting in the seat
Yeah.
and it just goes round and round faster and faster. I'm like, I would never make that
Oh
test.
God, no, me
I would never
neither.
pass.
Oh, I would.
Oh
would.
no.
Jesus,
Remember
Yeah.
those carnival rides that used to
Oh,
like
no.
Oh yeah, I
stick you
can't
to
do
the
those.
side of the? Oh yeah, I did great
No.
on those.
I could never
My
do those.
sister was puking her guts up after.
Well, I can't do roller coasters either.
Right.
I can do like a couple of the hills are okay,
Yeah.
but oh my gosh, by the time I'm done on a roller coaster, I'm done.
I
I
think
am
that's
really
like
done.
I feel like that's my guts telling me this body can't go that much faster without like exploding or falling apart. So
Right.
Exactly.
warning, as a just in case.
Yeah, but I would love to be up there and just see how beautiful everything is. No
Yeah.
light pollution, no air in the. I mean, yeah, I need air, but you can look through the window and you can see the stars. Just see how beautiful
Exactly.
everything is, and look back at the earth and see just how pretty
Yeah.
everything is.
The
I mean,
light.
creation is
Exactly.
amazing. I would love to see it without any interference from what we've done down here, but it's not going to happen.
Right.
Yep. We're never gonna be able to go up there and see it, but that was always my dream. Like I always wanted to go to space, always my whole life, and you know, it's just not possible for people like us. So
Someone's got a dog that needs attention.
Raymond, what are you doing? If you're supposed to take off your blinders and take the stuff for another time,
Ramsey.
Raymond, what are you doing over there? Or do I want to know what you're doing over there?
It's Snoopy getting
Taking-
after him.
A nap.
Yeah, Snoopy is over here taking a nap behind me. He demanded his cow ear, so I made Daddy get it for him, and he looked at me like,
Aw.
"But it's your job. You're supposed to give me." But then when I said show Daddy, he decided he'd show Daddy what he wanted, and he got his cow ear. Now he's in a food coma, I guess.
I can't believe I taught my cat tricks. That's the funny thing. Oh my gosh. He can I tell him go lay down, he goes lay and lays down, and then I say, Dexter, where do birdies go? And he runs to the window to check to see if there's birdies
Oh,
outside on a tree that we have just
Aw.
right outside my window.
that is
And then-
precious.
That is so cute. And then I taught him lick your tail, and he licks it. And then I taught him how to go urinate in the toilet, but he does not
Oh my
know how
God.
to poo. He doesn't poop in the toilet. He just urinates. I don't know why.
Because he's a cat.
Yeah, they just do what they want. So
Snoopy heard me talking about him. He's now looking at me, look like, what are you doing?
He's like, "Were
Yeah.
you talking smack about me? I know
Yeah.
you were
like,
talking
yeah,
about me."
they'll-
Hmm
They'll look at you, and the whites of their eyes will be showing on the side, like they're giving you the side eye.
Oh
That's
God.
right.
Yes.
Athena does that a lot. Like she'll like have like the back of her head towards you or whatever, but you can see her give you that side eye. It's like, I know you're paying attention. You're just trying to act like you're ignoring. Yeah.
Yeah. So how's Dipsy?
Yeah.
Dipsy's asleep. She's at the other recliner. Oh my God. That dog is. She ate something this morning. I'm going, oh my God, what's that smell?
Yeah.
Oh Jesus, I don't know what she had, but it's. I opened the windows. I said I can't deal with this anymore.
Is she
It was so bad. It was so bad.
is she like a big time farter or something? Or
I mean, she is, and when she does, I mean, it's like the paint is peeling off the walls. Oh God, it was.
oh girl.
I just have a man that does.
Oh my God, this
You know,
dog.
Athena is the first animal or first cat I've ever had that does not have like farts. She doesn't fart because you guys know, like when you have animals, right? They don't like make noises when they do it.
Yeah.
It's just you
It's
smell
not
it and you're
even
like,
nothing.
oh,
Smell it.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
It's,
Athena does not do that. And I'm like, she's the only animal I've ever had that doesn't have gas. It's weird to me.
you know, that's, you know, all I can tell you is that Dipsy runs, you know, when she does it, sometimes she runs out of the room. So
I like to say, it wasn't me.
Exactly. Boom, she's gone. So
So Snoopy likes, Snoopy joins us in bed. It's getting harder and harder for him to get into the bed, but he comes up, he gets his pets, and then he makes his circles, and then he whoomp, flops down.
Yep.
And
They
then,
gotta
of
do their
course,
circles, huh?
yeah, and then of course, when the gas comes, it's right in our
Yeah.
faces. Oh my gosh! And Raymond, of course, has his CPAP on, so he's getting it diluted.
Oh,
Oh golly! And
lucky
it's like
man.
it's like
Yep.
John
I wear
Denver.
oxygen
yeah.
at night, so I
This
get
segment
Oh my
brought to you
God.
by Kellogg's Frosted Snoopy Toots.
Oh, oh
But yes,
that's terrible.
it's incredible. And like, oh my gosh.
Like I had a cat that like it was a male cat and his name was Baxter and he had the worst farts that I've ever smelt in my life. Like if I were eating or whatever and he'd come and sit by me or whatever and let one rip or something, I would just go and puke. It was that bad. It was so bad. And I'm like, what did you eat? What is wrong with your body? Like seriously, how are you processing foods this terribly? That's disgusting. And you just be sitting with him, he'd be happy, and he'd fall asleep. And next thing you know, it's just like, oh, this is so nasty.
Well, and Snoopy loves his cow ears, but he also has bully sticks. And we all know what bully sticks are, correct?
Yes, you told me, and I was like, oh my God, Sandra, I can't believe like dogs like that. But yes.
Yeah, well, he's a dog, man. What can I say? So, Agent Pepsi 1, Mary, you guys know what bully sticks are?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes,
Um,
absolutely.
So he's not good with the little 4-inch bully sticks because he inhales them, he chokes on them. So he gets the
Yeah.
12-inch bully sticks.
Yeah.
And of course, even if they're dehydrated, when he starts chewing them, they stink.
Oh.
So I'm like,
Exactly.
oh my gosh. So it stinks
Yeah.
coming in and it stinks coming out. So I'm like,
You know, let me tell you something. We went down to Biloxi to visit some friends of ours, and we brought Dipsy along. And they have these cats, and we couldn't find Dipsy, and she went into their pantry, and they had this Tupperware container full of cat food.
oh,
And she must have ate like 10 pounds
oh my God.
because the top wasn't on, and she was like
Wow.
chowing down. And my husband's friend said, "I just filled that thing up with like 20 pounds of cat food 2 days ago, and it was like half gone."
Oh my goodness.
And the farts that night were just horrendous. Oh Jesus! I had to go out on the porch. It was so bad.
That
Oh,
shows
no,
that
it
men
was so
talk about
bad.
food, ladies
And
talk about
my
farts.
husband just slept through the whole thing. I mean, he didn't care. It just turned around and continued sleeping. It was so weird. Oh. Oh.
Well, Snoopy knows when the Chewy box comes. I don't think he can read it, but he knows his stuff
It's
is
like
in
he
it. 'Cause-
smells it or something, right?
Oh,
yeah.
God, yeah, he'll smell it. He will smell it.
Oh, yeah. He has tried to help open Chewy boxes before.
You're all
I mean,
hold up
I'm
there,
like-
fella. Not yet.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa,
Yeah.
it just came. Don't do that. Let me see if I can find a picture. Yeah. I know I haven't uploaded. I refuse to pay for storage, and I haven't figured out how to delete stuff so that it doesn't take up my storage. There's a
I
box.
think Dexter would get along with a dog, but I don't think Venus would. And she's getting older. She's gonna be 14 this year. So we were planning on getting a dog, later on. But I don't want to talk about her You know,
Yeah.
that makes me feel bad. So, because we had to put down our 18-year-old
Oh,
cat before we got Dexter. So sorry, I'm coughing. I have had the worst cold. Anyways, yeah, she doesn't like Dexter too much because I think I got him too early after her brother died, you know,
yeah.
and she didn't know what was going on. She had no idea. All of a sudden, her brother's gone, and there's this imposter,
Yeah.
you know. So I feel really bad now for doing that to her because she didn't have any time to grieve. But I was grieving so much that I wanted to have another cat. And so we got Dexter. So,
Raymond, can you keep it down?
so I just think that we got him a little too early, and that's why she is, you know, kind of to him, you know.
Yeah. And that's understandable.
I
Ugh,
know.
we got the three ferrets, Sally, not Sally, Slapshot, Brandy, and Catherine all at the same time. They all came from the shelter. They were a bonded group. And when
Yep,
Catherine died, she was under the edge of a blanket. Well, it's not really a blanket. It's something we have on the floor to put the cage on to protect the floor.
right.
And Slapshot keeps going into the area where she was when she died.
Oh my god.
And so
No.
it breaks my heart every time I see it because she when it's like he smells her there still.
Yeah,
So it's like, oh,
it's just so sad because, like, um, my old cat's name was Zeus. So Zeus and Venus, they were like brother and sister. They were like laying next to each other, cuddling up next to each other. And Dexter tries with her. And it's so sad because he gets rejected every single time.
oh,
And he tries to touch her and love on her, and she's just not having it. So it kind of makes me sad, and I know it's my fault, you
yeah.
know, because I got him too early for her. I didn't give her time to grieve,
Well,
you
it just
know.
takes time.
Yeah.
There's Snoopy. He opened a bully sticks box,
He's like, I
and
know what that is.
yep. So he is trying to pull it down, and he did succeed. And the chewy box is
Oh,
under it. So the top one has the bully sticks in it. I get best bully sticks has the bully sticks and the cow ears and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
And then Chewy has the dog food and the treats and that type of stuff. You
Yeah.
know, the little training treats because when the little sweetie decides it's time to trade, I don't want to take one of the big expensive treats I get from bully sticks because they're bigger. I'll just take
Yep.
like the training treats and trade for them.
Right.
So the chewy box is under it. So what he did after he did this and tore a nice hole in that box, he looked in there, saw it was in there, started moving stuff around, went over to the chewy box and tore the chewy box open. I was going to try to share that, but I can't figure out how to put the video on. So yeah, you just have the
Well,
one.
we got
Yeah. We have Bark
So
Box for Ramsey and Cheyenne. Well, mostly for Ramsey. Cheyenne doesn't really care about it. Ramsey loves it. So he's only 4, so he's a lot more
oh
excited
oh.
than Cheyenne. Cheyenne is 14,
yeah,
Hey,
so
sorry to
she's
interrupt
past
you,
the toy
Wendy.
stage.
yep.
Uh,
What was that? Remember?
Carla Burton is saying she can come in for like 20 minutes.
Oh, yay,
Okay.
Sorry
Of
to
Carla.
course.
interrupt you, Wendy. I
Yes.
don't
Slave
No,
let
no,
Carla in.
don't be
no big deal.
rude to you.
No, I know you're not
So,
going to ever be rude to me unless
no,
I
you're.
ask you to.
Hey, Wendy, I have to give you a special shout out, and I haven't enough, but I've gone through some tough times these last few years, and
Mhm.
you've always been super kind to me, so I just want to
Oh,
say
you've
thank
always
you. I
been
never want
very
to be rude
kind.
to you.
No, You don't have to worry about that. I am very hard to offend.
That's good to hear.
I am extremely hard to defend.
To defend or offend? No.
So you
I
can
got
see
dog
this-
hair in my mouth all of a sudden.
Oh,
Oh,
Ramsey's a long hair, and he just walks across my chest or my lap, my belly, because I'm kind of leaned back on the couch. He's got
Yeah.
this long hair that he just like, "Yeah, here you go, Mom. Put this in your mouth. Stop talking."
Yeah, Dexter's long haired. I'm like always pulling fur out of my mouth and my nose. I'm like, what?
yeah.
How did
it's
it get
fibers
up
of
my
love.
nose?
Yeah, all their fibers of love. So Agent Pepsi 1 is now on her phone because now she's lost her power. I hope it
Oh,
comes
crap.
back on.
Yeah, I
So
hope
here's
she's
a
okay.
Hope
picture I
so.
took. Oh gosh, when was it? Just a couple of weeks ago. Right in the center of the picture, you can see part of a rainbow.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
pretty.
Yeah,
It's cool.
that's way cool. It looks like a sun dog.
Yeah. So if you get above a rainbow, it actually is a circle. And if you're
Ooh.
flying above it, you can actually see your plane as a shadow in the center of the rainbow.
That's
Are you
pretty
And
cool.
it's
kidding
so
me?
cool. It's called Flying in the Glory.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh.
And
I've
I've
never
done
heard
it
of
a few
that.
times, but I
It
have
almost
never
feels
seen
like
a picture of it.
there must be some kind of rule that says if you see that, you have to go fly over it. There
Yeah.
has to be some kind of a rule that says, well, there's a rainbow. I have to divert.
I have to divert. Gotta fly this rainbow hole.
But yeah, it just depends on how you're flying because you know, rainbow depends on your perspective, how the refraction is happening. So
Right.
if I'm
Right.
flying, I'm like, is that a rainbow? That is a rainbow, and I had just enough time
Yeah.
to take a picture of it before it started to fade.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
Agent Pepsi, when you be careful if it's that dark out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's something
Yeah.
bad.
Oh, girl. I'm
You
getting
may want to
worried.
save some of your phone battery for an emergency too. Don't
That's
forget
what I
about
was
that.
gonna say. Yeah, because if you've lost power and you need some help or
Yep.
something happens, you really want to be able to call somebody.
Go charge it in your car, girl.
Yep.
Make sure you have a charge.
But it's pretty ugly out there too. She just said a
Yeah.
little while ago on there. It said it was pitch black out.
Oh
It's
my
pretty bad.
goodness.
You know, I just keep kind of being afraid. Vet's here listening, and I'm really, really scared because you never know what he's gonna. Next thing you know, he's gonna come up with one of his little,
Memes or
yeah, and it's gonna be all about the ladies talking about dog farts.
okay, well,
We can smell them too.
I think it's
Unfortunately, estrogen doesn't block that.
I know.
true. Sadly, that's true.
And that's the
but-
science.
the peanut gallery.
That's cute.
So, have you ladies been watching? Have you watched the show Reacher?
Uh-uh.
No.
Oh my God, it's a great show. I can't believe you're not watching it, Sandra. I really can't believe you're not watching it.
My
But
husband is watching that, and he begged me to watch the first season with him. And
it's
then
amazing.
yeah, he loves it.
What channel is it, or what station is it on?
It's on Amazon Prime. So we
Oh,
had like
okay.
a free couple months to Amazon Prime. So we
Yeah.
had all but one episode, so the very last one of season 2. But I have a friend in the entertainment industry that was like, I can send you the last one. I'm like, oh, thank you. You were amazing.
Oh,
So,
cool. Yeah, we have Amazon Prime, so that might be something to
Yeah.
watch.
girl,
'Cause
yeah.
we disconnected our satellite TV service, and we do not have any streaming services. All we have is our internet service, and it's got some basic streaming stuff that goes along with it, and you know, basic channels. But we're so busy, we don't have time to sit down and watch
Yeah.
TV. And why waste the money on this stuff if we're not watching it?
I
Right.
know.
No, seriously.
I've been so
check out
busy
Reacher.
myself the last, God, almost a year now. I've just
Yeah.
hardly watched any TV at all. I mean, I'm going to work at 6:30 in the morning. I'm not getting home till almost 8 at night.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's
How does
Monday
Jimmy
through
like-
Friday.
Yeah.
How does Jimmy like her new job or new position?
Oh, she's enjoying it. She Right now,
Good.
people are still kissing her butt. And nobody's complaining yet, but that'll start soon
Oh,
enough.
Well,
oh,
that's
it'll
good.
change.
So,
A
Jimmy
friend
has
of
been named for those that don't know, is now the chief of staff at our pediatric facility. We have a pediatric hospital within our campus, and she's the chief of staff. And she was already a general surgeon and trauma surgeon for adults. She went back and is now licensed to be a pediatric and adult trauma surgeon, general surgeon.
Wow.
So very proud of her.
Oh, I
Yeah, of
can
course
imagine.
you-
I would be too.
Sure.
Yes, I watch Bones. There's nothing else, so I put Bones on as I'm doing other stuff so that there's something
Sandra,
going.
like you would love Reacher. Not only is it a great show, it's not, it doesn't play into the narrative, but there's a big beefy dude in it, and I think you'll really enjoy watching. I'm just saying.
Okay.
And he is cut
Is he dressed?
AF.
Oh,
Yeah. So just saying.
okay.
There's lots of machismo in it, and it's a lot of fun. So
Okay, well, we'll have to watch that then. I'm going to smack him.
do it. But make sure cameras on, please.
Well, the guys have always, when Raymond first started his channel, they're talking about throwing things at him. So I started trying to find random things to throw at him. Like, what am I going to throw? I can't throw straight, and I don't want to hit the computer. So every
Yeah.
once in a while, a paper airplane would go flying or something. So it's kind of a standing joke. They'll mention every once in a while me throwing something at him. Mind you, I can neither throw nor catch.
My husband has this scar on his forehead, and like probably about, I don't know, 15 years ago, we were helping our friends move, and one of their kids' wagons fell down and hit him in the forehead. So he goes to work, and everybody's like, "What happened to your head?" And he's like, "Mary threw a coffee cup at me."
Oh,
And they were like, "What are you gonna do? Oh my gosh!" And he was like, "I'm only kidding." But I would never do that. What, I don't even know how they would like think that I would do that. But he had him going. Like they
Wow.
thought I really threw a coffee cup at his head. I'm not a violent person. I don't do those things.
I don't think my husband would
Now, you
ever.
see, I don't ever admit that to people. I prefer people at the hospital think that I could be violent.
Yeah.
No, I will say I am a semi-violent person outside of the people that I care about. You mess with me and
Right.
mine, you catch these hands, that's on you.
Yeah.
Or nowadays these bullets. But yeah, so
Yeah. Pretty much.
yeah, I have my concealed carry for a reason.
that's
Yeah,
right.
I have a concealed carry too.
Yep.
And fortunately, working at the prisons, I have my concealed carry in Maryland as well. Unfortunately, I can't carry at work.
Oh, that's some BS, girl.
Figures.
Well, what happens if one of the inmates gets loose?
Hmm.
Well, I mean, that makes sense, but yeah, figures.
But how do you get them under control if they riot or something? I don't know.
Well, that's
Don't
not
go
my
after.
that's out of my wheelhouse. But since I am the one who kind of makes sure that the contractors are doing their jobs,
Right.
they usually suck up to me.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell
so
you a
you're
story. I wrote Sandra this story this week. Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. Were you still going? My apologies.
No, I just said, so you're on their good side.
Yep.
Yeah.
Until I tell them, no, you
I
can't
had,
have Neurontin with Tramadol.
Yeah.
Right? I had told Sandra what happened whenever I went to go relieve in a room last week in surgery. They called me. They were real short-handed. They asked me if I would come over from the ER and go to the OR and do lunch breaks. And so I'm
Yeah.
sitting in this one room, and I'm just giving the circulator a break. I'm not scrubbed in or anything, but the surgeon is an ENT surgeon that doesn't really work with us very often. So he doesn't really know the staff very well. And he was the surgical technician that was working with him, and it was just her and him working. They were working on a nose. and he bumped her hand. She was holding a retractor with one hand and passing him instruments with the other. And he bumped her retractor hand and then started grumbling at her that she was holding the retractor wrong. And this Margaret is awesome. She is awesome. She's from Trinidad and she's got the coolest accent. So she immediately put the instruments down and she just took several steps back and says, "If you are to yell at me, I cannot help you." And so the surgeon's like, "I'm sorry, please come back. I apologize. Please come back over here." She wouldn't go back. She said that's not the word she wants to hear. And so now he's confused and he looks back at me and he says, "What does she want to hear?" And I said, "I don't read Margaret's mind and I don't want to." Or I'm afraid
Yeah,
to.
keep me out of there.
Actually, I'm
Yeah.
afraid to. And so he looked
Girl,
at the
I don't blame
CRNA, and Barry, the CRNA, says, "I've only been working here 4 months. I haven't figured her out yet." So he sighs and he looks back at her. And he's like, "What do I need to say to make you come back and help me?" Because Margaret's been doing this for like almost 40 years. Okay, she's been a surgical tech for almost 40 years. She knows how to deal with a surgeon.
Yeah.
Right? She's a woman. And she says, "I want you to promise that you will not yell at me again. You can yell at Wendy instead." And so now I'm standing there behind the surgeon looking at her going, "What the?" And so the surgeon, he glances back at me and he looks at her and he says, "Can I yell at Barry instead? Wendy scares the crap out of me."
Nice.
And of course, Margaret Margaret smiles and comes walking back up to the patient and says, "I'm always willing to compromise."
She made her point without being nasty.
That's right. It was perfect. She is so funny. She she leaves the funniest voicemails. A few years ago, she called me, and I didn't hear my phone ring. But whenever I saw it was her, and I checked the message because I knew it was going to be a good one, all I could hear was, "I know you are looking at your phone right now. Pick it up. I know you are staring at it. You know I am calling you. I will be expecting your call within 5 minutes." Nobody messes with Margaret.
Yeah, no kidding. Jeez.
She is funny as hell.
That is so funny.
But you need nurses who are able to put docs in their places. Some docs
Yep.
are fine. They respect the nurses, they respect their CNAs, they respect
Yeah.
everybody they're working with, and they're a joy to work with. And then you've
Yep.
got those who
And-
think that they're little gods and they walk on water
Yeah.
and they need to be brought down a peg or two.
Yes, absolutely. I agree.
And whenever you're in the operating room working with someone for hours on
Uh-huh.
end, you want to get along with them because
Yeah.
they will make your life hell.
No. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We will. There are surgeons that come in and they're being complete jerks. They don't get any extra help. We make them ask for everything.
Oh yeah. Well, I think I've told you guys the story. When I was working the Cleveland Clinic's open heart units, if a resident would come in and they would be getting ready to go to bed and they'd say to us, "I'm getting ready to go lay down. Do
Mhm.
you need anything?" And they would write anything we tell them that we needed. We would leave them alone if we could. And then when they came in the morning, they were rested, they were fresh. We would sit down at every bedside with them. We would teach them things. We would teach them how to shoot a swan. We would teach them how to pull chest tubes, everything. And we would tell them what labs they should order and why. And then we would help them interpret the x-rays. They
Yep.
look so smart on rounds. And then you have the residents who'd come in and they'd look at you like you're dirt under their feet and they'd say, "I'm going to bed, don't bother me."
I hated those residents. who
We had
did that.
5 open heart units.
Yep.
We
Yep.
would take turns and we would time it every 5 minutes. We would call them the entire night. "I need a suppository. I need a Tylenol. I need all night long." They got no sleep. They would come in the morning dragging, and we just let them deal with everything all by themselves. And they could not figure out for about a month why their compatriots were always well rested and had all their stuff together and looked so good for the attendings.
Yep.
Well, it only took a month, and then they figured it out. They talked, because of course they're going to talk.
Attitude.
They figured it out, and then for the rest of the year until the following July, when the new babies come in, we had no problems. But yeah, never go into the hospital and expect surgery on July 1st, ever, because that's when the new residents and interns come in.
Yep. Be very careful driving down the road too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
After a
You don't want
shift.
to be the patient.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
You don't want to be a patient.
I'm telling you, I've fallen asleep. I think twice, um, just for a brief second, because I was working the night weekend shift and I was PRN. So I got the PRN pay plus the shift differentials. So, like I would stay there for as long as I possibly could, but they were like, um, because I was making good money at the time, and but they wouldn't let us go over, um, overtime. They like strongly discouraged going overtime, but it's just sometimes you can't help but go overtime because you've got to complete your charting and do all of your stuff that you couldn't get to during the day.
Oh,
So
there's a call off the next shift, and you're mandated to work a 16.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's miserable going from night into day. It's bad
Yeah.
enough any time, but if you're a night shift nurse and you're
Yep.
mandated into day shift, that is
Yep.
horrific.
It's
Yep.
horrific. I
So,
work 16-hour shifts sometimes.
yep.
Yes.
So Wendy, everyone's asking about. Well, Raymond is asking about Olga. How's she doing?
Olga's doing all right. She's as ornery as ever. She's probably getting ready for work right now.
Yep,
She works tonight. She's doing good.
good. Well, send our regards to her.
No, I sure will.
She probably will think we're crazy. Carla
Yeah.
Burton says, "What's the difference between God and a surgeon? God doesn't think he's a surgeon."
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's especially
Yep.
open heart surgeons, and I'm sure a lot of trauma surgeons think that they're so much better than everybody else.
Yeah, I've worked with a few. And then you got the ones that know they don't know everything.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
we're very lucky to have quite a few of those right now as trauma surgeons. There were a
that's
couple
good.
of them used to be like that and were very quickly humbled.
Good.
Yeah.
You have to fix them.
Yep.
When I first started, I worked on a medical oncology floor. And so we had hospitalists and we had the residents come in and stuff, but then we also had the specialists like the um I don't know, like, for different things, for different problems that they had. The specialists come in for like the cardiologist or the gastroenterologist or whatever the case may be. But I had to do, chemotherapy on these patients because it was on an oncology floor as well. And giving blood products all day is pretty much, and what I did. Plus, they're in so much pain. It's so sad, and they're just most of them are little old ladies, little old men, and I just loved my patients there. But it just got too um, like tough for me there because of my back and stuff. So I went and worked down in the newborn ICU, which wasn't any better because the ladies that worked there were really upset that I had more um, seniority than a lot of them did because I had been over at a different, you know, uh, unit for so long. So when I came over, they were like, "Why does she get the where did she get the schedule she wants? Coming coming right in, and they thought I was a new grad or something. And I'm like, because look at my hire date. And everybody's hire date was like, posted on the in the break room. So I just think that sometimes these older nurses that
Now, you've been in the system for a while.
yeah, been in the system for a while, and they just like it how they like it. So you have to deal with that too, you know.
Yeah.
So Rennie, I know that we've been talking a lot about docs and residents and everything. So I'm sure with
Yeah.
your work, you deal with people with attitude and think they're better than
Oh.
everyone else too.
You have no idea. So I'm basically surrounded by men. I'm a compliance manager in an industry surrounded by men, where men are like, oh no, blah blah blah. And let me tell you exactly what's wrong with that, and what the standards and what the actual regulations are under this, and then you and I can talk further. And if you can prove or find a gray area in it, by all means. But you are not to do anything outside of what I tell you to do, because it's my job to protect the company. And having to have these conversations with, like I said, a large.
I hope you're
male
finishing those
industry.
with a snap.
Oh, girl, almost. It's like, I do have to be professional, but, having to put them in their place on the daily is the reward that I get, that it just feels so much better than even a paycheck. Because I have dealt with so many people that we've absorbed in our company that it's like, oh no, I've been doing this for years. Well, guess what? You've been breaking the law for years. How do you feel about yourself now? So having to, out Karen, the Karens that I deal with on the daily is a lot of fun. Let me just tell you. So, and it involves a lot of paperwork, a lot of CYA type stuff, because, when it comes to legalities and dealing with people like OSHA and the EPA, et cetera,
Yep.
there's a lot of fine lines that you can't toe, or, that you can't assume, well, this should be fine. No, we don't have that kind of mentality. We err on the side of caution, because if for some reason we aren't, and we are found to be doing the wrong thing, if we get investigated, guess what happens to us? So, we always have to have the mentality, and having to break people, or, teach an old dog new tricks, for lack of a better phrase, right? Has always been hard, but at the same time, it's just what we have to do. So, it's literally part of my daily practice. And my husband's been home sometimes whenever I do work from home every once in a while, and he's like, he'll have to walk away. I was like, are you okay? He's like, dude, I was laughing so hard at you telling this guy or putting this person in their place. He's like, I just couldn't even be around, because I knew I'd be laughing like so loud, and I didn't want to get you in trouble at your job. So he's like, I could tell you were enjoying it. And I was like, well, it's just what I do.
Yeah. Hi, Carla. Well,
Hello.
I had a warden say to me the other day, I fixed a problem, and that's been a problem for 2 years, and I just found out about it a couple of months ago. Why they waited that long, I don't know. So I did my rounds, and I'm coming out, and the warden's coming in, and I said I checked, and they are actually compliant. He says, I know. I was going to call you. Thank you so much for fixing it. And they haven't had it fixed in 2 years. I'm like, well, why don't you let me know before? And he says, because you are my secret weapon, and I don't want to pull you out any more than I have to.
He knows he needs you. That's amazing. That's
So
amazing.
use Sandra sparingly.
Yeah, that's
She's like a
exactly what it said.
steroid cream. You have to
Yep.
just use her sparingly. It looks awesome, but just be careful.
So, Carla, what have you been up to?
Apparently, when you have 8 kids, they breed, and then they come home, and they expect you to look after their breedlings. So
Carla, I thought you only had like 4. You have 8 kids?
I homeschool 4 now, but I homeschooled 8 kids altogether. Yeah.
I thought you were saying you have 8 children, like of your own.
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
and I have 4 grandchildren. I know. Well, see, the thing is, apparently, no matter how much you want a girl, you just can't wish that on her. And so, Yeah. Anyway, so
I
Well,
have
you know,
known
we
people
have
that have had 4 and 5 girls or boys because they were trying to have the other gender, and it just
yeah,
wasn't happening. And they're like, you know what? I give up.
yeah,
exactly. Well, the funny we have kids. The first 6 kids are all in like the girls end in IA, and then the boys end in an ah sound or sort of thing like. And the last 2 we just didn't even bother. It's just like just whatever. So yeah, it's really funny. We have a whole pattern of names, and then the last 2 just drop off. But yeah, no, I just really, really we thought we had 4, and I have really bad pregnancies. So yeah, so this is real girls' fault. Sorry, guys. Uh, we I have really bad pregnancies. Like I'm
yeah.
sick. I'm sick all the time, and they often come early as well and stuff. So I had 4. The number 4 was horrific. I was like so sick
Oh.
every day, and then like after I had him, I I'm like I said to my husband, no, I can't do that again. And I got almost a panic attack if I thought I might be pregnant. So like I'm like, you have to get a vasectomy. You just have to. I'm just not having any more. He goes, you're going to change your mind. I'm like, no, I'm not going to change my mind.
Do you see me
He's like,
right now?
yeah, exactly. I'm not going to change my mind. And he's like, you're going to change your mind, and I'm not going to change it. And I'm like, that's fine. And so 3 years later,
Oh no.
Oh my God, Carla, you.
I know, like,
You're
because
such a strong woman.
I told you were gonna do that, and I told you were gonna do that, so I just slept with other guys. No, no, yeah, and it's like, I told you to sleep. I'm like, yeah, I know. Well, I didn't think I would, but oh, and she's like, so we went and got a reversal, and but I want half my money back because I only got boys from that second batch. So I think I should. I think the guy only undid 1 tube or something like that because like I only got boys. I think I should get 50% off my reversal. And then after number 8, I was really sick with number 8 again, like all through. And I said to Paul, I can't do this anymore. Like I just didn't. I'm like, this is terrible. But I just, how when you're pregnant, you have to be really careful what you eat and be just careful. And I just didn't care. I'm like, well, I couldn't eat anyway because I was so sick. And I'm like, oh no, I'm like, I can't do this again. And he's like, oh, okay. so the poor guy has had to go to the doctor 3 times.
Jeez,
I had 8 babies. It's been a while ago.
It's your husband's fault you kept having guys because females have XX and males have XY. So, the guy decides what you're going to have.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
did you tell him off for that?
Of course I did.
He's a little girl.
He's like, he goes, I told you, and we did it. We need more men in the church.
God.
That wasn't anyway. So, but basically, yeah. Anyway, but number 8, I thought about it because I'm not a girly girl anyway, and I thought what I wanted was the company that a girl would give me rather than boys who just run into fridges and run into walls and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But my number 8
Scuff the floors.
Uh-huh.
but he's lovely. Number 8 was like just he's just my little pal, and he just really liked me a lot. So and he still likes me a lot. So that's nice. Yeah, it is. Teenage will change. Teenagers. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, God gave us teenagers to make us not hold on to them for too long. Like us acknowledge, this person's going to be an adult and needs to get a job.
Yeah, you want to hold on to them when they're little, and then they start becoming more and more obnoxious, and finally gets to the point you're just ready for them to go. Just leave.
Yeah, exactly. Thank goodness. God knows exactly what he's doing. Hang on, I just got a little grandchild here. I have to talk to their parents about.
Oh,
But, with little girls, as much as it's fun to have little girls, when they get to a certain age, the cycles are the same, and you have all sorts of hormonal issues at the same time. And my daughter and I would have literal screaming matches because we were both hormonal at the same time. So believe me, having a little girl after they get to puberty is no longer any fun. And you're about ready for them.
And they don't want to wear the pretty little. They don't want to wear the pretty little things you want them to wear.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's mama.
So Rennie, I know that Tyron's son's coming in from Australia. How long has it been since you've seen him?
He saw him last in August of 2022.
Oh
Right
wow.
before he got to Texas. So, yeah, he's super excited. He's telling everybody at work about him. He's just like, oh, we're gonna do this, this, and this. I'm like, you realize he's only here for this long, so there's only so much we can do, right? So, he's overjoyed. So, we're doing our best to make this place hospitable and accommodating. Even though if you looked at it right now, you wouldn't be able to tell, but
Yeah, my house is a mess.
yeah, I feel like no matter what, like we'll clean it up, you turn around again and it's a mess. And I'm like,
Oh yeah.
well, what? What happened? So
Yeah.
having a guy and a cat in the house really do help to make things a little chaotic. So.
Yeah, I've got dog fur everywhere.
Oh, girl. Yeah.
Yeah. So Carla, your grandbaby, how often do you get to see your grandbaby?
Sorry.
How often do you get to see your grandbaby?
One of them. Well, two of them live up here, and two of them live like a 4-hour drive. So
Oh wow.
I know, but the thing is, I still have kids at home that I'm looking
Yeah.
after, so it's really hard to get down to the ones 4 hours away. So that's
Right.
why I'm just or they come up here and I'm busy with them there, so that's fine. But the other ones, I see them at least once a week because they go to the same church,
Well, that's
and
good.
they often come
Oh, good.
on a Sunday afternoon. So like today,
Paula,
like he just came in. Sorry.
how old is your youngest child?
12, I think. Yeah, 12. He's
Oh, wow.
Oh.
yeah. So
He's
Yeah,
not
it's
a
going to be a
baby
while before
anymore.
that one leaves home.
I know. But the worst thing is the last two are like, yeah, we really like it here and we're never leaving your house.
You're like, oh, no, I don't want to hear that.
So what you do is when they're done school and they start working, what you do is you and your husband decide to quote unquote go on vacation. And while you're on vacation, you sell the house. And you move into a 1-bedroom apartment.
Yeah.
And, sorry, no room.
Yeah, so you had it all planned out, right? That's a good idea. No, yeah. Check the pizzas. You are nothing. Yeah, so I've got extra people coming here again now. So I'm like, I said to my husband, I went to the stream yesterday with Teague and stuff like that. I couldn't because I was babysitting and I was babysitting the day before that. So I'm just really busy and I said to my husband, I just need a bit of time here.
Yeah.
And it's nice as a girls' stream. It's nice as a girls' stream.
It's nice that my kids are grown. I can enjoy the grandbabies and give them back, but I have time to do other stuff. I can fly, I can play the piano, I can do CAP stuff. I can do whatever. Raymond and I can go, as long as we have someone to watch the dog, we can go do whatever we want to do.
Sandra, I am in awe sometimes of how much or how busy you can keep yourself without falling over sometimes, because even hearing all the stuff that you do, I'm like, oh man, that's already making me tired. I don't know how she
Me
has enough
too.
time in the day.
I told her that the other day.
Sandra exhausts me. She's always so busy. I feel terrible.
Yes.
I know.
Same here. I'm like, I need to do more with my life. Apparently
I told her that the other day. I'm like, you just amaze me, Sandra. Like,
Well, thank
I
you.
can't even believe it.
Well, a lot of it's inertia. You start doing something, if you stop, you're going to stop. And
Yeah.
I don't intend on stopping. I'm old. I need to keep moving before I fall apart.
Right.
I do
What are
need
you
to
doing it, lady? You're doing it.
I do need to get my knees looked at. I've had injuries to both of them, and they're to the point where I really have trouble walking sometimes. I can't stand for long periods without them locking up, so I do need to get them looked at. But the thing is finding someone who takes my insurance, because I do not have an out-of-network benefit. So I have to stay in network for everything. And then, of course, I'm busy at work, so when am I going to go to the doctor? And I hate doctors as a general rule.
I just hate waiting to see the doctor. I don't mind seeing
Oh, yeah.
it. It's just like I have to wait an
Always
hour.
is.
I don't hate all doctors. I'm in love with one of them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bias, bias.
I have to say that
Well,
in
yeah.
case she's listening. I have to say it. All right.
cute. It's cute.
There's
so
so
cute.
many
She knows
doc-
where I live.
I know. No,
Do you think if you like, if you
That's
guys
it to
ever
my food.
like, do you think if you guys ever broke up and there was some bitterness, she would do like surgery on you in your sleep or something?
No, because I'd probably feel it and fight back. Unless she wanted to like chloroform me first. I'm giving her ideas. Crap.
I'm just saying that would be like the doctor's ultimate.
What am I
goal.
saying?
You're just giving her ideas.
there is an old saying: "Be nice to your be nice to your nurses, because we keep doctors from killing you, and be
Yes.
nice to
Exactly.
your nurses because we decide what size catheter and IV you get."
Mhm.
Yep.
Oh dear.
We
Now
know
that's
what's
scary.
going on more than the doctors do, and we're the ones who give them.
Yeah,
the
because we're the
report.
ones spending hours taking care of them. Nurses are that spend more
Exactly.
time. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and
It's-
and I know that if I go to a doc, he's going to say, you know, well, first of all, menopause has caused me to gain an entirely obscene amount of weight, and I know you guys in the stream are like, "Oh no, TMI, TMI," but it's
It's all right.
menopause related, and I know they're going to
I
say,
love
"Well,
EMI.
lose weight." I'm like, "Okay, sure, fine." I had a doc say that to me one time. I looked at him and said, "Fix menopause. Make this weight go away. I'm doing everything I can. Nothing works."
Well,
And he
plus
Was
just
it
you
looked
don't
at
have
me.
to take all
perimenopause
kinds
or
of
menopause?
crazy drugs to try to fight it too, because
I know.
all the side effects that you can get from these weight loss drugs are scary.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's I'm postmenopausal at this point, Carla.
Because my friend,
Me too.
my friend who like we're all 50, and my friends, one of our friends is it's a joke now because everything we go,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my gosh, I was feeling so flustered. Oh, that's perimenopause, and then I'm like, oh, that's perimenopause. I'm like, how can everything be perimenopause?
That's
Right.
right.
All the time.
Just because I'm a woman doesn't mean you have to explain it through menopause or period.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
think
Yeah.
that about male.
Yeah.
I feel like being
menopause.
hormonal when I want to be hormonal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the
exactly.
guys in the
Exactly.
chat are all going la 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 with their fingers in their ears. They're horrified.
Yeah.
Can't take
She's
Too
like,
bad.
what's
I'm
wrong
just
with
glad
you?
it's over for me. It's done
Oh,
for me.
yeah.
That's all I'm
Yeah.
happy about.
absolutely. And I don't have to worry about anything that goes along with pre. Yeah, I don't have to worry about being
Linrod.
pregnant. I don't have to worry about anything. You got to keep moving. Yeah, you got to keep moving.
You
If I don't keep moving, I don't know what I'd do. I
No,
have
he's wanting us to keep moving the conversation forward, I think.
Oh, that's a bummer. So it says when I start,
maybe
when I start,
perimenopause makes us take on the same subject.
so it says when
I don't know.
start
Now Linrod's going to have to confirm because I'm not sure. Sandra was probably right. She
you never
usually
know.
is.
Snort says when I start to feel jealous of productive people, I take a nap until the feeling goes away.
There you go. I like it. You've got the right
Okay.
attitude, dude.
Yep. Dr. Roscoe, the rock and roll clown, is the only doctor that matters. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, golly. Scalpel fight.
Yeah. Now that would be fun.
That would
Yeah.
Be like a ESPN like sport, scalpel fighting. Wouldn't that be the
drink the
best?
special juice.
Do you know how sharp scalpels are?
Yeah.
Leonard says he's
I mean,
talking
I'm
about
saying
physical
that, like,
moving.
they're both gonna survive.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's certain things you can do with a scalpel that you won't survive because they're nice and sharp,
Yep.
and there's certain areas that you can permanently make sure someone
Some very
doesn't-
shallow vessels.
Oh yeah, Wendy and I can tell you just where they are. I'm sure Mary can too.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
You know, we can cause pain without leaving a mark.
Yep.
Wow.
And Raymond's
Look, they
over
wanted
there
to talk
witching
about
in his
different
chair.
stuff.
The guys in the chat are like, wow, the women here are
Snort.
like bitches.
Just drink the special juice. You'll feel much better.
Yeah. But back to keep him moving. I've had days off, and I sit here, I'm like, what am I going to do? I've got nothing to do, and I'll get
Okay.
up and I'm like, I've got to do this. And Raymond will look at me and say, sit down.
I'm like, but I need to spend my
But
energy.
I have to do something. No, you don't.
Yeah.
Sit down.
It's painful.
Yeah, I need to practice
Sometimes
piano. I've only practiced once this week. Yeah, my piano teacher, I'm having a substitute teacher at least for a month. Her husband was attacked outside their house. He's got a broken eye socket, a broken kneecap, a broken shoulder. He's a
Jeez.
professional musician and music teacher. A
Jeez.
broken eye socket can cause permanent vision changes as well as permanent headaches. The broken kneecaps, how is he supposed to stand up and do anything long term?
God, that's
The
Yeah.
broken
scary.
shoulder, he plays the guitar. He's got to have the support. He's in bad shape. They have the private insurance, so they have a god awful deductible that's through I think it's like
Right.
$5,000 deductible. The neighbor shoved him after he went over to the guy's house. I think he went over to get help. The neighbor shoved him. They think that the neighbor's son is one of the assailants.
Wow.
So
Wow.
it's just, it's really bad. So anyway, my piano teacher now, of course, is taking care of her husband for the short term. So I have someone else. And I just realized earlier today, I've only practiced once this week. So I have to go. I have 2 students tomorrow, and I'm picking up a new laptop. And I have a little laundry I need to finish. So I haven't practiced my piano more than once this week, going into seeing a new teacher that I have never seen before. I'm like,
Wow.
okay, it's going to be interesting.
Yep.
Well, he won't know what he's dealing with, so maybe it'd be good because he'll think, oh, she's not very good, and then you'll practice well next week, and he'll be like, oh wow, well, that's a lot of improvement.
Yeah, I'm not God's gift to music, but I do enjoy it, and it helps ward off the Alzheimer's.
Excuse me, sorry.
FKHC 2005. What's what kind of plane that is? That is, oh shoot, what was it? That was a North American. I don't remember. It's a World War II airplane. It's a vintage plane, and I had a chance to fly in it.
Is it a DC-3?
It almost looks like
BE3.
DC3.
Yeah, DC.
Oh,
Yeah,
that is DC3.
yeah, DC3.
That photo makes it look smallish because it's bigger than what it looks like on that.
Oh, it is a lot bigger than
The
what it looks like.
wingspan looks huge.
But I was flying with a student, and another person cut me off. I was coming in to do a pattern where do touch and go with the student, where that's where you come in, you land, you stabilize, you take off, and you come around. It's teaching them to learn how to land. And he was flying that airplane out of the airport, thought he could get out before I was too close to have only one airplane on the runway. And he pulled out, and I had to go around, which means I couldn't land. I had to sidestep and keep him in sight, keep my student under control, and handle the airplane. And I went on the radio, and this is a non-towered field, and I Westminster traffic, Cessna, blah blah blah, going around because that airplane took the runway before they should have. Yeah. And the guy comes on the radio and says, "I'm sorry, I will let you fly the airplane." So I'm like, oh my gosh, I know him. So after I got done with my student, he had already landed back in Frederick, where I was teaching out of. And he said, "You want to go for a flight?" And I said, "Sure." So he put me in the pilot's seat, and I got to fly the airplane.
Oh!
He said he was making up to me for cutting me off.
Sweet.
I was willing to forgive him.
I think it's like driving a car. Everybody's been cut off. They knows how it feels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, it was his mistake because he didn't time it right.
Right.
So he took responsibility for it. But yeah, I'm always wanting to take a chance to fly a new airplane. Just like when we go to the range, One of the ranges we go to, you're standing right next to another person sometimes, and there have been times when I've tried out a new weapon, and we're like, "Have you fired this? No. Have you fired this? No. Hey, you want to? Sure." And we'll trade weapons, and we'll try something new.
It's been so long since I've been to a range.
Yeah,
We
it's been
went
it's
a few
been months
weeks
for us.
ago. I think it was a few weeks ago.
Of course, Rennie gets to go to the range more often than we do.
I do. I have an insider at the range that can get me in for free.
Cool.
Yeah, so we recently took a friend of mine with us, and he just had the biggest blast. He was like, because he loves guns, this guy that we brought with us, but he's never fired any. And I'm like, what? And so we brought him, and he was a natural shot. And he and Tyron get along famously. They just like absolutely adore each other. Like, no homo, just saying.
Yeah.
But he had such a blast, and he was getting all like everything pretty much on point, and everything that he shot, he was good with. And I was like, dude, you're a natural. What the hell?
Yeah. Linrod says he's got 40 acres of backwoods. He doesn't need a range. I know.
Very lucky.
Invite us over to go shooting.
Yeah. So, Carla, you guys aren't allowed to just own firearms, are you?
Carla?
Oh, she stepped away. Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I had the other chat up. Alrighty. Oh, yeah, there she's going to be up. Alrighty. Yeah, so we like to go to the range sometimes when we can. But yeah, Rennie, when I was to the range with you that first time, you did a really nice job.
Oh, thank you. Did I tell you guys? No, I think I did announce it on here. Whenever I took my LTC class, because the hubby and I took it the same day, because it was at, the place that he works. They also have classrooms. So, we took it, and I was the only one that got the perfect score on the shooting test.
Good for you.
And he was so mad. He was like, I can't believe you scored better than me on this. I'm like, you're fine. You will be fine. Because I shot a Glock 44, which was a 22. I was going to bring my Glock 9, but I'm really, or 19, sorry, not 9. Because it's my pretty one that he got all purpled up for me. It's so pretty, Sandra. I got to show it to you if you come. So I was going to use that one, but I was like, nope, because I'm going to be too confident, and then I'm going to miss, because I'm be like, everybody look at my gun, it's pretty. And I'm like, nope, I just want to use the plain Jane one that they have at the range, so I don't get to up my own, up my own self for it, and just, don't get overly confident. So, and then I shot a perfect score, which I did not expect. So I almost cried.
Well, Raymond will tell you that I'm a better shot than he is, but women tend to be better than men because the same thing like with the flying. We take our time. We are more tending to the small moves rather than the big moves, and we also are more willing to take instruction.
Yeah, that's true. I can see that. You know what's funny though, Sandra, is I found that I'm better with rifles than pistols.
Really?
Yeah, and I thought I was kind of terrified of the kick. But I must.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm better with rifle. I mean, I'm good. I get good scores with a handgun, but a rifle, oh man, forget about it. Perfect scores.
If I have a collapsible stock on the rifle, I'm fine.
Yeah.
But my arms are so short, I really can't get a.
Oh yeah, you said you're 5'2". You said you're 5'2". Yeah, I'm 5'5". So yeah, I got a little bit longer arms.
I'm only like an inch taller than you, Sandra. So it's not like you're like tiny.
I'm 5'5" as well, Wendy.
You're 5'5" also?
Yeah.
Which isn't tall, but
No,
although I do have a cousin, and she's an adult. She's 4'9", and she tells
Aw.
me I'm tall. I love hearing it.
Well, you know, I mean,
Thinks I'm
both
so
our
tall.
heights, I can understand.
That's
Well,
my
Car-
little sister. My little sister's 5 foot even, and we always said to
Oh,
her, and she used to be uh uh wh- what are they, lifeguard for swimming, and we're like, can you even stand in the 5 foot pool? You're
oh,
oh
oh.
gosh.
4 foot nine and a half.
But Carla says that they have to be registered, but she says she's super clumsy, wouldn't be good having a gun not in range. Legata suggested starting off playing laser tag, then paintball, and then moving up. And Carla says she doesn't take instruction well, but her husband does. Well, evidently he didn't take the instruction to give you girls.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Shame
Let
on
me ask
him.
my husband what rifle we
He
have.
misunderstood that one.
That's right. Well, he is a man, though. You know the thing. What is it? Have you guys seen that meme where it says, "Husbands make the best listeners," or they make the best people to vent to, or they keep the best secrets because they're never really listening. So,
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
yeah.
true.
So,
Yes.
Is it true? Yeah, I'm gonna go ask him what kind of guns we have because I'm not good at that. I know we have a 9mm and a 45, but I don't know what our rifle is. So
Well, we've got several 9s, several 480 or
mhm.
380s, several 45s. I've got a 10 millimeter.
yeah,
Dude, Sandra, like Tyron literally called me right as I was about to hop on here, and he was like, "Okay, I've got someone offering to sell me their rifle for $60." I'm like, "If you can get the cash, do it."
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I'd want to know if it's fired
That's
personally.
right.
Because what you don't want is something that you're going to take it and test it out and it misfires in your face.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's a good point.
I got a secondhand rifle at one point. It was through a shop, but FFL. But one thing that I always thought was, if you're getting a secondhand weapon, have a gunsmith look at it, take it apart,
Yep.
clean it, make sure it's safe. I bought
Hmm.
Raymond a black powder rifle for, I don't know, his birthday or Hanukkah years ago, and he took it in, and it was actually in really good shape. But they cleaned it and made sure everything was fixed up right, and he's fired it a few times. It's a really nice little gun. Well, it's not little;
Yeah.
it's a rifle. But
Right.
John Rundle asked, "Is the barrel straight?" That's really
Mm.
important. If the barrel's bent, you're
Yeah.
not going to be firing anything.
No,
That's
so I
right.
will tell you guys, my husband works at a gun range and he knows a lot about guns. He has a total love for guns. Even, being from
Okay.
Australia, like he's always been passionate about firearms, especially I guess since he couldn't really have them after a while.
Yeah.
So, the thing about being in Texas is like having all that freedom and all that, he's really just run with it. And so he's got a real passion for this stuff. He does his research all the time. Like, when he talks about stuff, I'll just look at him like, because he'll talk about like certain accessories or certain things. I'm like, uh, what? Because I know my guns for the most part, but like the detail in which he knows it, or like how something fires versus another brand or whatnot, or how triggers of one brand are better than another, or how they're different. Like I'm not gonna be able to tell you that.
Yeah,
So he's super detailed on that stuff.
yeah. Snort says,
So he knows what he needs to look for before he puts money up then.
Yeah, I believe
which is
so.
good.
I do trust his
Okay.
judgment on that part, and if not, then he'll
Yeah.
never hear the end of it because he's married to.
And Snort said he also needs to know if it has a history.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's
Serial
true,
numbers.
but
They have a serial number.
yes, but the thing is, right? If you do like a cash deal between people, you
Mhm.
don't
Mm.
have to necessarily fill out any ATF paperwork. But if it's
Right.
a business to a person or a business to a business, then you do.
Yep.
So it's a very
Right.
Yep.
weird thing because I'm like, well, what happens if something happens to this? Or that's
Mhm.
the thing I feel about like selling anything of mine, like firearms, because we have a few firearms, and I'm just like, what if I sell one of ours and it's not transferred? Like, am I going to be held accountable or liable if this person robs a bank with it, right? So it's
You
kind
Right.
of
probably
all
would be.
that kind of stuff is weird to me.
Yeah. So I think what starts me, what if the weapon was used for illicit purposes, and now you guys have it, and for some reason, you're doing something, and someone sees, oh yeah, that rifle was used to do a bad thing, and now he's held responsible for it.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
there's a lady in Michigan whose son did a school shooting,
Mm-hmm.
and this week she was found liable. She was
Yeah.
convicted of manslaughter. She didn't have anything to do with it.
Was the son
She didn't know he
underage?
was going to do it.
Wow.
She was convicted because they said that the school said they had sent things home to her and she didn't do anything at home, but she said she
Oh.
wasn't having any problems with him at home.
Well, yeah. Kids are going to act up at school, don't necessarily act up at home.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Right.
You guys know. I mean,
But she got convicted of
I was
manslaughter.
I was a kid once. I mean, how many of you guys as a teenager didn't sneak out of the house from time to time, or
Yeah.
didn't
Yep.
like
Yep.
act
Yep.
differently around your parents versus how you acted around your friends, right? I mean, that's just how kids are.
Yep.
Hello, I'm back.
Hi, good to have you back.
So my husband said we have a 380. I don't know what that means. A 9mm, a 45, an AR-15, and a shotgun.
Is that all? Lightweight?
I don't have as many as you guys do, but my dad is a gun collector, and so a lot of guns are at his place.
Whoa.
Yeah.
But here in the house, the only thing we have is a SIG 9mm and a 45 911.
Oh,
That's all we keep in the house.
So my dad
So-
has like he has an antique Mauser that is an Argentinian Mauser that he wants to take us to the range and shoot, because as soon as he met my husband and they started talking about guns, he was like, oh, let me show you my gun collection, because my dad is mainly a rifleman, right?
Yeah.
So he opened up this chest, and I thought my husband was going to keel over with just awe, right? So he's got this really cool like Argentina one, and he keeps saying that he's going to take us out to shoot it, and my husband got him some ammo for it, so we'll see. But it's a really, really pretty gun.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, my SIG 1911 is really pretty. It's a two-tone. It's got the silver upper and the wood handles to it. It is so pretty.
My
Yeah.
well, the 9mm he bought me because he thought I was gonna be like, guns. But it's pink. I love it. It's pink and sparkly.
What do you want to? Hold on, Jimmy's wanting to know what we're going to get for dinner, so give me a few minutes.
Tell her pizza. I'm just kidding.
Oh, another gun.
She wants
Another gun.
seafood. She wants fried fish. So I have to look at the menu to see what I want.
Oh yeah, you better go with what she said.
She knows where I live.
Carla, I was gonna ask you. Okay, so you have 8 children, correct?
Mhm.
And were every single pregnancy hard on you? Was every single pregnancy hard on you?
Quite a few. Maybe at least half of them were pretty hard on me. But yeah, one of them. Yeah, and I had toxemia twice. I had it with the first one.
Yeah,
and I had it
I've
with
had
number
it.
5.
I had it with
Yeah, and
number
I had-
1.
Yeah, and so number 2 was, I was just sick, like allergic to different things with different babies. So you'd have to be pregnant to find out what you couldn't eat, and some kids I couldn't eat after 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Otherwise I'd be sick, and it's just, and the last one, oh my God, I just couldn't. The only thing, this is the worst thing ever, but it's kept me out of hospital. I could only have Coke Zero and a pie. That's all I could eat. So I know it was so gross. I couldn't drink water because I'd throw up. Just basically everything made me sick.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
so for breakfast I'd have, I you don't know what a pie size. Do you know what a New Zealand size pie is? Like maybe say it's a hamburger size, but
Yeah.
it's a pie with
Okay, like
meat
an
in it.
Australian meat pie or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like
Yeah,
a meat
definitely.
pie. Yeah.
Australian pies and New Zealand pies would be the same, but
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I'd have a pie. I had to go to a bakery and buy 7 pies at a time, cut, and I'd cut them in quarters. And for breakfast, I'd have quarter of a pie. For lunch, I'd have quarter of a pie, and for dinner, I'd have about half the pie. And that was all I could hold down. I could not hold down anything, and I had to drink Coke Zero. I drink like 2 liters of Coke Zero a day because
Oh.
it was
You
really
poor thing.
gross. It was disgusting. But anyway, I at least I could hold something down.
So
I'd die if I couldn't have water, man.
I
I
know.
love
Yeah.
water.
But I used water, but because I was so sick, I'd have to use water to make myself throw up. So after that, you're like, yeah,
water
I just
gave me
couldn't hold.
heartburn.
Yeah. Water. You think, oh, water's nothing. It's fine, but it isn't. It makes you sick as a dog.
It
That is
does.
so weird.
It gave me
Yeah, I
the
know.
worst heartburn ever in my life.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
first one, I had horrific morning sickness the whole time. I could eat Domino's pizza.
Yeah.
Um,
It's one of the
and
grossest things. It's the grossest things you can hold down, right? You're like, I don't want to eat that.
yeah, I couldn't hold down water, but I could hold down Domino's pizza. I mean,
I
it's weird, and it
know.
had to be Domino's.
Yeah,
That's bizarre.
Thank you. I feel much better that someone else had the same problem. That I could only go to the one bakery. I had to go to the one bakery to get the pie. Couldn't have it in the other pie stuff.
Oh no.
But this
I
had
had everything.
nice.
Nice.
It was
He
like
loves
Murphy's Law with me. Everything that can go wrong did go wrong.
Yeah.
So I never had a baby again because
Yeah.
it was just too hard on me.
Yeah. Well,
So
my second baby,
yeah.
I only had like a week of morning sickness, and then I was
Wow.
fine. And the third one, I
Yeah.
had none at all. So the carrying after, other than just that morning sickness,
Yeah.
I had
Mm.
absolutely no problem carrying them and
That's so gross.
having them. I mean, the labor was nothing. I mean, it was a little uncomfortable, but it
Oh,
wasn't bad.
so
Yeah.
Dang, Sandra. Lucky.
I had less than 13
Yeah.
hours labor total
lucky.
with all 3 kids put together.
That's
How
amazing
long?
because I don't think any woman can say that.
Less than 15 hours
No.
total with all 3 kids.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. Yeah.
I started 7 a.m. July 1st, and then I had Logan 6:30 a.m. the following day C-section.
Oh, that
Oh
sucks.
yeah.
And then my
Yeah.
C-section got a staph infection in it.
Oh, great.
So I was in the
Oh my
hospital
gosh.
for 11 more days on IV antibiotics. Yeah. Good
That
times.
sucks.
Yeah.
John Rendell wants to know if pickles and ice cream is a real thing.
It would be for some people.
Yeah, it would
For
be.
Well,
some people, yeah.
And Snort says that he met Carla's kids. They kept coming, emerging from bedrooms when they were staying, and he lost track.
there are only 6 of them there. There were only 6 of them on holidays. The married 2 stayed home.
That's probably a good thing because I think their spouses would have rioted.
Yeah, exactly. Well, see, when we go on holiday in the past, when we've had to take all 8, and my parents would always come as well. So they'd be like, how many is that? 12. 12 of us
Wow.
traveling. We were like probably what do you call those people? Travel agents, because we'd have to print out. You know how when you enter a country, you have to fill in the forms.
Yeah.
Well, of course, we had to fill in 10 forms. So we had all of the passports and all of the details written out on a spreadsheet, so we could fill in the forms and not have to open a passport every time to find blah blah. And New Zealand, we used to have to fill in departure forms before we went out, because Paul's a pilot. He just used to grab the forms as he went out the airport, so we can fill them in at home. Like, we're not standing at the airport filling in 10 forms.
Yeah.
Damn it, Ramsey.
I guess he makes Snoopy toys. Snoopy gets a squeaky toy and he kills an immediate. He will find out. He'll play with the toy, and as soon as he realizes there's a squeaker in it, his eyes get really wide. And
My cat.
he will pull at the tag, and he rips the tag off. And then if
Yeah.
you cut ears or tail, that's the next thing. And then he uses his lips and the front teeth, and he starts pulling the stuffing out. And
Yeah, Ramsey does that too.
He keeps going after it until he finds the squeaker. And when he finds the squeaker, he kills the squeaker. In the
Yep.
meantime, I've got stuffing and stuffed toy guts all over the house. And I'm like, really? So he made a little hole in a toy football. So, okay, well, you got the squeaker out, and I sewed it up really carefully and gave it back to him. And he's happily playing with it and finds a second squeaker.
Oh
So he rips it open at the seam that I sewed, and then proceeds to shred the toy until he finds it, and then he looks at me like, "You're not putting this one back together."
no!
Oh no.
Somebody's mic sounded really muffled.
Oh, I don't know. I don't have headphones.
I don't know.
Not sure who it was.
God, there's
but it
this little chihuahua that lives down the street, and it barks so freaking loud. And Ramsey hears it. Those little dogs never stop barking. I mean, Ramsey's not a big dog. He weighs like 25 pounds. But
that's a
little chihuahuas.
Well, you know how it is. The smaller they are, the bigger they think they are sometimes.
Yeah.
When it comes to dogs, it's so weird.
Well, Snoopy is about 72 pounds.
Yeah.
Whoa.
He's a big one.
Whoa.
And
Yeah.
he barks loudly. So he sounds big and bad. In our old house, we had an alarm system that included a glass break sensor. So he would bark and he would make the doorbell ring.
Oh.
He would bark after we turned the alarm on at night. He would bark loudly enough that he would set off the glass break sensor.
Wow.
He makes the walls vibrate. When a pizza guy comes to the door, he actually, as his hackles race and he's barking so loud, it is echoing through the entire house.
Oh my goodness.
He's looking at me like, Mom, why are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He says, I'm a sweet, innocent doggy.
Yeah. How dare you?
They sure know how to look the part, don't they?
Yeah. Dexter will dig through his toy box to find his favorite toys. So he'll like dig out like the ones that have catnip or squeak, you know.
I like what Lynn Ron says.
Yeah.
One of my neighbors had a chihuahua that actually didn't bark. I told them they needed to breed that thing.
Nice.
That's true.
Raymond says that Snoopy is 70 pounds of pure terror. And John Rendell says that's terror toots.
Well, I have a cousin. She has two boxers, male boxers. They're both over 90 pounds.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
Snoopy is
Big
staring
dogs.
at me like, Mommy, you're talking about me, and I don't want you talking about me.
Oh.
Oh, the poor baby. His
Heard you were
arthritis
talking
is so bad.
trash.
His arthritis is so bad. He has trouble standing up now, even on his arthritis meds.
Oh.
And he has trouble going up and down the stairs, and he limps
Remind
a
me
lot.
how old he is, Sandra.
He's 13 and a half.
Yeah.
And his breed
Yeah.
only lives like 13
Yeah.
to 15 years. 15, yeah, about 15 years max.
Oh.
So,
Well, Athena's 12 and she is turning into an old lady quickly all of a sudden, and it's getting
Yeah.
scary, you know. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah.
and I can't lift 70 pounds, so I can't carry him up and down the stairs. I
Yeah.
can't pick him up on the bed. So I moved my cedar chest from the spare room and put it at the foot of our bed
That's
so he
good.
can jump onto the
He can
cedar
jump
chest
on
and then
the
onto the
yeah.
bed.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how my mom has it too, at the end of the bed. So
Well,
the
Cheyenne is
animals
Cheyenne
can-
is 14. She's a whippet though.
Whoa.
She's
Yeah, so
she's
skinny.
14. I have my SUV and I just open the back of it up. She can still hop up into the back. And that's
Yep.
how I let them in if I'm going to take them
Aw.
out for. Hold on, my phone's ringing.
Uh-oh, it's
Uh-oh.
probably food.
I love Great Danes, but they are such big animals and they only live like 10 or 11 years.
And they're not bright.
No.
Yeah, my son had a Great Dane for a while that he had
Beautiful,
gotten from someone else who never housebroke her properly, and he couldn't housebreak her.
Oh, that's
No
sad.
matter
She was
what
too
you did.
Wow.
old.
Yeah. So most dogs, if they have any brain cells, it's not that hard to teach them, go
Right.
outside, unless of course they're getting old and they can't hold it. But he said that that dog was ruining their house because she would just pee and poo everywhere.
Oh,
So
that's rough.
Oh my gosh.
they wound up giving her away to someone that had a big yard. That she was happier there anyway. Had nice big yard, nice big place the dog could just run around. But
Do you guys know who Dr. Pole is?
No.
Okay, he's a veterinarian that came from the Netherlands, and when he was in high school, he lived with his family for a foreign exchange program. He ended up marrying the daughter of the family, and so he moved to Michigan, and he started a practice there, and he's 81 years old and still practicing on small and large animals because it's farmland there. So they've got cows and horses and goats and sheep and all kinds of animals, pigs that scream like bloody murder, you know. But I just think it's amazing that his Great Danes, he taught them right, and they are intelligent because he taught them right. You know, it's just the way that if they're raised early and or taught early when they're babies, then they can do whatever, you know. But
just like kids, if you train them right when they're little, you can keep them civilized.
Exactly.
So they don't turn into entitled adults.
Exactly.
Yes.
Not too many of those.
Oh gosh, I've met quite a few, especially lately.
I deal with like 4,000 of them on a daily basis.
No,
they're
I feel
all
you.
incarcerated. So if their mommies had spend as much time spanking their butts and teaching them manners as they do calling up, my little Johnny said he's having this problem and you're not taking care of it. The warden's office gets these calls, the medical department gets these calls. There's nothing wrong with the guy. He wants to bypass the system and game the system. So instead of waiting his turn to get seen by the medical department, Mommy, I'm not getting such and such. So mommy calls the commissioner's office or the warden's office and says, my little boy isn't getting this, this, and this. They're mistreating him. You need to take care of him. So then they bypass everybody else and put him in first. And the medical department says, okay, we've taken care of your problem. Can you sign this release that we can go ahead and let your mom know what's going on? Oh, no, she has no business knowing my business. I just wanted to jump the line. I didn't want to wait my turn, so I went.
He doesn't realize. He doesn't realize that they know that his mom is calling. Give me a break.
Yeah.
Well,
they can't say anything to mom except your son won't sign this release. But he gets his mom to jump him in the line so he doesn't have to wait his turn. And
Are
it's
they
only
all
like
super young,
or
they're anywhere?
They go all the way from 18 or 19 all the way up to 80 and 90 years old.
That their mom is calling for them?
As long as their mommies are alive, their mommies are calling.
Oh, that is sickening, Sandra. Is it just for like pain meds or is it for everything?
A lot of it is drug seeking. Some of it is they want to have something that they don't need. So this one guy is determined he has cancer. He doesn't. He's been worked up. He has nothing wrong with him, but he wants the attention. He's crazy. So mommy keeps saying, he's got cancer and you're not treating it. No, he doesn't have cancer. This is the test result. He does not have cancer. So, we're dealing with that kind of stuff all the time. But mostly they want tramadol, Neurontin, baclofen, Yeah, they want
Man.
controlled drugs because either
The
they want to
things
get high or they want to sell them and they use them as currency.
the
But
things people will do for drugs, man.
oh, it's
God.
ridiculous. I could tell you stories. So, but Leonard says that his dog made it to 17 years. You gotta love mutts, and he misses the dog. I don't know what I'm gonna do when we lose the boy here. He's my baby.
My
You
girl
know,
is up
it's
there.
it's hard. We lose the ferrets. They only live 6 to 8 years,
Yeah.
and we've lost all but two of them now. And it's heartbreaking when you lose an animal. They're babies. They're our family members. Snort says nobody wants him as a pet. He weighs 1,500 pounds.
You know, if you didn't have such an appetite, we'd consider it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have CAT scan machines at our hospital that'll fit pretty big people, but I don't even think we could get 1,500 in there.
Probably not. Snort says, Dr. Burr, your little boy is a spoiled brat and you suck as a parent. Grow up or go away. I would love to say that. And I would love to say to some of these moms, if you paid as much attention to your incarcerated idiot when he was a kid as you want to do now, maybe he wouldn't be in prison.
Maybe
Yeah.
it wouldn't have turned out like this.
Yeah.
Where's his dad?
Yeah. Now I know there are kids that people that are going to do whatever
That's
they do. You can be the best parent in the world. You can raise them right. You can teach them right, and they're still going to act the fool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's this. I actually saw a story today I saw it on YouTube. I forget. It had police body camera, and it was this girl, 18 years old. Her mother-in-law told her she had to go get a job, drove her over, dropped her off at McDonald's for a job interview. The girl didn't want a job. She called 911 and said she was being held hostage in the McDonald's.
Oh my God.
Wow.
She called a false hostage situation to 911 at the McDonald's.
Oh my God.
And she was stupid. She used her cell phone.
Yeah.
And 911 knows where you are whenever you call 911. They can ping your phone.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, you'd have to be stupid not to know that.
My
and
mom
evidently
would-
she is.
Yeah, my mom would beat my ass. Like,
Yeah.
beat me.
Well, you wouldn't
Yeah,
do it
that-
because
I-
your mom would beat your ass, right?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know what?
The video I saw was actually, it was like back in November. Was whenever the video that I saw about it on YouTube was from back in November. But I was thinking, I wonder what that mother-in-law thought whenever she called from jail. Because it wasn't even a mommy; it was a mommy-in-law. Mama-in-law putting down the law and saying, "Hey, you're getting a job. You're 18 years old."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then in the video, of course, there's body cam video. It was like 30 minutes long. But this girl, they showed her, she was sitting up in one of the benches there at McDonald's just on her phone like nothing. And they go down, and you notice she's wearing furry slippers.
Oh my.
That's what she showed up in to
Oh
a
my
job
God.
interview.
Did she have curlers in her hair too?
No, she didn't have curlers in her hair, but she had furry slippers and rainbow socks on. That's what you are. That's.
Go ahead.
I wonder why she wasn't going to get the job anyway.
Yeah, really. Snort
She didn't
says
want the job.
Oh, well, of course you didn't. That mean work. Snort says
Yeah.
911 operator, you out of the gene pool immediately.
Yeah. So what the sheriff did, because she kept saying she didn't call anybody, because she knew how to erase it from her recent call list, so that it wouldn't show on the list. So the police officer had a 911 operator call her phone and said, "It's 911. You called them."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just sat there, was like, "Oh my God.
People don't realize how it works.
Holy cow. All of that just for
Embarrassing.
time in jail. Time in jail. So
Is
you don't
it
have to get a
worth it?
job."
Is
Oh,
it worth
wow.
it, people?
I don't.
Seriously, people. Are
That
so
was
stupid.
just.
Y'all know about the wooden spoon, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I had a wooden spoon that I used on the children when they needed. I applied the Board of Education to the seat of knowledge as necessary.
Yes.
My oldest one almost never got it because he would, if I'd yell at him, he would toe the line. My daughter, once or twice, not a whole lot, because she would take a little bit, but she usually was pretty good. My youngest one was my strong-willed one. That boy, oh my gosh, he would be crying and saying that didn't hurt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, he
I've
was.
had a kid like that.
Oh my gosh, he's an adult now. He's the one that has the girls, and you can tell he's still stubborn, but he's not like he used to be. I was afraid he was going to be the one to wind up in prison, but he turned out okay.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, my mom wasn't one to mess around. Like, she, 5 kids.
Yeah.
She was.
I'm so glad that. I'm just so glad thinking about that still that the people that come to interview with me are looking for jobs.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Right?
Because you have to have training before I can hire you.
Exactly. By then they've settled down a bit. Landsrot says, the wooden spoon, mom's most powerful weapon.
Yep.
Yep.
I guess I was lucky. My mom just didn't do that stuff. My dad was the disciplinarian. My mom really not so much. It's just wait till your father gets home. It's like, oh, Daddy, please don't tell Daddy I was a good girl. I promise.
With us, my ex was an infantryman, so he was gone a lot. He was deployed a lot, either training or in the sandbox or whatever. There were a lot of times he was gone, and I had to do everything. And
I'm the
so
same. My husband's away a lot, so I have to do.
Exactly. And and when your spouse comes back from deployment and you've been doing everything, they sometimes feel left out or they sometimes feel displaced because you don't need them. You've been doing everything on your own and now they're back in the picture and they want to get back into everything and you're so used to doing everything yourself, it's like they're an outsider in their own home now. So it's a lot of adjustment when you're in a military family or a family where the spouse is away a lot.
Yeah. Because you have to do everything. But the thing is, you have to, I mean, my husband's quite, so he's away like for maybe 4 days out of a week, right? And then maybe more. And at first when you're learning to live like that, you think, oh, we'll do this, and they're not home for this, they're not home for that. So you have to learn to do it all yourself.
Yeah.
And then like you say, when they come home, one time I planned everything. He was home, and we were going somewhere, and he jumped in the driver's seat, and I was like, oh, I never thought about you, because you're so used to doing it yourself. And I had to check myself. I'm like, that's terrible that I didn't even consider it at all.
You just walked over to the driver's side.
Okay, Carla, I have to ask, what is your avatar? I've seen this on your Twitter. I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's a character. It's from an episode called Quarantine on Red Dwarf. So you have to watch the episode Quarantine. Yeah. It's really, really good.
Okay.
It's on what do you call that? Daily Motion, I think. Has Red Dwarf episodes.
Oh, Merbear had a big wooden spoon, and if that wasn't enough, she had a cast iron skillet.
Shit.
Yikes.
Oh yeah.
John's the next one after John is funny too. John's got a funny one after that.
Raymond, put the next one up and stop playing games.
Yeah.
What's he playing?
I don't know.
Is he playing Two Dots or Solitaire?
I don't know, but I can hear music sometimes. He's playing something that
I love Two Dots. Two Dots is fun. I don't know if you ever played that. See, my mother had a big spoon, a large spoon, the large fork hanging on the wall. Mostly use the fork, less wind resistance.
Now I know why people had those hanging on the wall. I'm not
I've got some.
There's that episode. Y'all remember the episode of Everybody Loves Raymond where she moves the fork? She has a big, the mom, Raymond's mom, she has the big fork and spoon on the wall and she takes them down because they were up there for an argument or something from like 40 years ago.
Oh my.
And she takes them down and there's the wall is actually clean. The wallpaper is clean behind
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
So then she had to put them back up because it didn't match the rest of the wall.
My mom, Raymond
That's
says, "Make you
hilarious.
get your switch." My mom said when she was a kid and they would misbehave, their dad would send them out to the tree and make them get their own switch. And if
That's
Oh.
and
yeah.
if the
My
switch
my
wasn't
about
the right
that.
size, they had to go
yeah.
get another one.
That's what my dad.
Whoa.
Both of my
My
grandmothers did the
dad.
same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, both of my grandmothers did the same thing.
Yep.
Man.
My grandma did
If you
too.
brought one in that didn't break, she just used it till it broke.
Yeah.
Whoa.
My dad had to go out and get a switch. So my stepdad, I call him my dad because he is my dad. My real dad passed away a few years ago, but he wasn't a dad to me. My stepdad, they got divorced in 1977. My parents did, and that was the year I was born, right? And then my mom met my stepdad like a year later, and then they got married when I was 18 months old. So that's all
Ah,
I've ever known is my stepdad. But I had to go to my real dad's on the weekends, and it was not. You guys don't even want to know what happened there.
yeah, we don't want to talk about things that bad on the.
Yeah.
Let's keep it light, folks. Let's keep
Yeah.
Yep. Let's keep it
Yeah.
light.
Rod says the power of willow trees.
Yeah,
Gross.
the power of willow tree.
But you know,
Snortapoopa says the hobbits found out that you don't mess with willows. I like that. Nice. That's a Tolkien fan right there.
yep.
Mm.
But you know, with the discipline that we all received as kids and our parents received and so on and so forth, we've got a little problem called respect. You know, we
Exactly.
respect
Hmm.
authority. We know how to behave in public. The kids coming up these days that have, and I hate to sound like I'm old, but I am, the kids coming up with no discipline. Oh, yeah, I'm going to stick you in the corner and I'm going to try to reason with you why what you're doing is wrong. Now,
Right.
no, kids don't care.
No.
Yeah, don't teach your kids to be bad by not disciplining them. You know,
Yeah.
Discipline is everything. I'm
exactly.
telling
Kids
you.
are very willful. They don't know what's right and wrong when they're little. They
Right.
need to be taught, and it's not that a spanking hurts as much as it's humiliating.
Exactly.
Are not hurting. I mean, there's a difference between beating and spanking.
Right.
Spanking, you don't leave a mark, you don't cause any actual injury to the kid. You are embarrassing them and you are making them pay attention.
Yep.
Yep.
And you're teaching them this is not acceptable behavior. This is the consequence of your unacceptable behavior. Therefore, the kid's going to learn this is how you behave and how you don't behave.
I've
Trying
popped a
to,
few mouths in my time.
yeah, and
You know?
if you're not teaching them discipline, you're not teaching them.
Right.
You're letting them run wild, and then they wind up in one of my facilities.
But
Yeah.
it's not hard. I would just be like, pop, like
Yeah, just enough to get the attention.
just enough to get his attention. Like, that is not okay to say that.
Yep.
Or
Right.
that is not okay to do that.
And John
You know.
Randall says Willow versus Frodo cage match of the century. And then Lenrod says you don't mess with kids. Kids don't possess reason yet. Yeah, they don't
There is
Yeah.
understand. They do not have the capacity to understand, and they
No.
don't have the memory to retain it, even if they did, and they don't have the
Amen.
attention span.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, John
give
Randall
them
says
an
you also need to
animal.
teach them honor at a young age.
Yeah. Having an animal as a child will teach them empathy at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My granddaughter's taking writing lessons. She's 7. She started when she was 6. She was on honor roll, perfect everything was great last year in school. She's continuing it this year. They started her on horseback riding lessons. I don't know enough about horseback riding lessons to be able to speak intelligently on it, but she has gone from being led to riding the horse by herself to, I don't remember if a trot or a canter is the first speed, but she's mastered that, and she's getting ready to go to the next one. She's learning how to clean the animal, how to groom the animal,
good.
taking care of the animal before she was
amazing.
even allowed to get onto the horse. So she's learning the responsibility, and she has a bond with that horse now. Evidently, that horse and she have an understanding together, and it's not even her horse.
Right. That's why I bring up Dr. Pohl, is because that's what he teaches. And he's a big part of 4 H. And he helps these kids raise their animals so that they can sell them off at auction. And that's their college tuition. They save that money. And
Yeah.
they can do it until they're 19 years old. And then they can't do it anymore. But 4-H is a good program to
Yeah.
have. You raise an animal that is completely dependent on you, and as a child, that teaches them empathy and responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if it's a lamb or if it's a cow or if it's a pig, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they learn that other people and animals have feelings too.
Exactly.
What are you talking about, Sandra? Nobody has feelings but people. No.
Well, some would think it's only them that have feelings.
Well, yeah, that's
Oh my
true.
gosh,
Yeah.
yes. So entitled. There's so many entitled or narcissistic people in this world.
Yeah.
It's not even funny. So
And
I
Snort just
get you.
brought some of them up here. He used to work in libraries. They always had parents dropping their kids off for some free childcare or letting them run wild in the library while they sat at the internet computers. You know,
Yep.
my granddaughters, they go out in public with us regularly. We go to the restaurant to get dinner or lunch or breakfast, whatever. We will go to a public place. They will, yeah, they're kids, so maybe they rooch around a little bit, but they don't run wild through the place. They're not screaming and yelling. They're sitting there at the table and they're being kids at the table, but they're not being loud and obnoxious. They may say, I'm hungry, I'm tired of waiting, when's the food gonna get here? That type of thing, but it's in a moderated tone.
Right.
They're not heard throughout the restaurant. They are behaving as well-mannered children. And that's not easy to do with kids. One's 7, one's 2.
No.
And whenever I see a family, like if I'm out doing something and I'm in a restaurant and when I'm leaving and I've seen a family and they've got young kids there and those young kids are not being hellions, I make a point, if they're close by as I'm leaving, of saying, you guys are doing a really great job with those kids. They are so well behaved in public. Keep up the good work. Because sometimes when you've got little kids, a kind word goes a long way, because you feel like such a horrible parent, like you're not doing anything right because the kids aren't listening, and you just don't feel like anything's going well. So just a kind word sometimes to a parent of a kid that's behaving means a lot.
There's something going on with
Raquel
your
Briggs
mic.
is in the chat. Hi, Raquel. Great to see you.
Raquel!
Oh my gosh, Raquel!
Hi, Raquel.
Oh,
So
my
good to see you.
girl!
Every time
Hi,
you see
Raquel.
me in Clobby's chat, you are super kind. I just wanted to give you lots of love and attention, just because that's what you always give me. Sorry, not trying to be rude, ladies, but Raquel's
that's
really
fine.
sweet to me, and for what reason I don't know, but she is too kind.
Because she's a sweet person and
That's
intelligent.
She is.
Yeah.
And good common sense.
Very
I'm just like, I don't know
And
why
she
she's
even
so nice
she's
to
even
me.
laughed at
So
my dorky
awesome.
things that I write on Clobby's channel for Star Trek Night.
She's a lovely
a
lady.
lovely interview with Stack of Iron as well the other day on his.
Love you, Raquel, so much.
I had to put up a picture of my kitty cat. So this is Athena,
Aww.
like giving her like whatever look. That's the closest it's gonna get to rolling her eyes. So
Well, Snoopy stopped giving me the side eye. He's just laying there now with his back to me.
apparently I dropped out for a second.
Well, there's the cat, you see.
That happened to me earlier.
I blame Athena, my cat.
How's the weather? Did I hear that you had no electricity? Really, or was that someone else?
I think that was Agent Pepsi One. I
Yeah.
had a small
Oh.
power outage this morning that really freaked me out, but well, let me knock on some wood. But so far, it's been pretty good since afterwards. So
That's good.
Is the weather bad?
was it what?
Avatar. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was our pleasure, Raquel. We really appreciate
Yeah, thank you
and
for coming
everything you've
by.
done.
Yeah.
And we all really enjoy you on Saturday Night Star Trek. I know I don't participate with Voyager as much as I did with the others, but I honestly don't remember enough about any of those episodes to speak intelligently
Ditto.
on most of them.
Ditto.
It's kind of embarrassing.
I always laugh when she does the like
Oh, I love
Yeah,
it.
that's hilarious.
Correct.
Oh, I love Raquel's reactions. They're great.
Oh yeah, they're absolutely epic. So we'll be
Hey,
putting
Raquel.
Clobby's link in the stream in a bit, Raquel, so that everyone
Aw.
can go from here to there. We do it every week. So we do a pod raid. I don't know how late I'll be able to stay tonight because I have an early flight in the morning. But yeah,
Oh,
just know that we are always pushing Clobby's channel, and we really enjoy
Yep.
listening to you guys. And sometimes we're just rolling with some of the things that you guys say.
yeah. That's what makes me tell those terrible put out those dorky things I put out on there. That and the Bloody Marys.
Yeah.
They say you shouldn't drink and post comments, but that makes it more fun.
Sometimes it does, yeah. So Raymond was teasing me this morning. We went to, well, this afternoon, we went to Cracker Barrel for my son's birthday. My baby turned 41. Yeah, so
Oh my gosh,
he
Sandra.
picked, I know. So we went to Cracker Barrel and they had mimosas. So I had coffee and a mimosa. He's like, "You're drinking alcohol?" I said, "It's noon."
Yeah, as long as it's past 12 o'clock, it's fine, in my opinion.
That's
I
right.
mean to say it's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's 5 o'clock
Exactly.
somewhere.
Is
When I
that
worked,
the phrase? Because I've always said 12 o'clock, Carla. So something's wrong with me.
I don't drink at all, but I've heard people say it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yep. So when I was working night shift, the last job that I had before getting the one I have now, that's day shift, when we would get off in the morning, sometimes we would all go to the local bar and we would have kegs and eggs. So we would have breakfast at the bar, and they would always have screwdrivers or some other fruity alcoholic beverage for us to drink. But yeah, this is a morning thing. So people that are on night shift, it's not breakfast time for us. It's dinner time.
No, it's not.
That's fair.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
we would have our dinner at the bar, and we'd have our drinks at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning.
That's right.
Wow.
The bar down the street from our hospital that takes the night shifters, they even serve chili dogs in the morning.
Oh, it's John Randall's
Aw.
birthday on Monday. Happy birthday, John.
Well, happy birthday, John. I won't sing to you. That's such a birthday
Hello. Well,
present.
happy
Yeah.
birthday.
That'll be your
Yeah.
birthday
Yeah.
present. We will not sing to
Our
you.
present. My
Yeah.
present to you, yeah, my present to you is you don't get to hear me sing.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
And our,
Yeah,
Ditto
that's
our
for
fine.
present
me.
to you is also
For
you don't
me,
have
it
to
is.
hear Raymond sing either.
Oh, yeah, that's a plus. Oh my
He
gosh.
didn't give me a dirty look. I'm surprised he didn't
When
throw
people
anything.
ask me
I don't even know if he's listening.
when people ask me why I can't sing, I always say it's because I had to learn so many other things. Being blonde, I had to give up something.
Cracker Barrel chicken and dumplings with 2 sides of
awesome.
chicken and dumplings. If they had chicken and dumplings on the dessert menu, I'd order those too. Well, I had pancakes, bacon, eggs, fried
Yum.
apples because my granddaughter didn't want them. And Raymond had the fried chicken My son had ham. My daughter-in-law had one of those really nice grilled chicken salads. And my older granddaughter had chicken strips and macaroni and cheese. And the youngest one just grazed off of everybody and had some biscuits and gravy. So we had a big variety. And then, of course, my older granddaughter says, I want a toy from the store. And I looked and I said, you didn't finish all of your food. She says, please, Grandma. And she gave me a hug. What am I going to do? So of course, the girls got a toy, and then we got them some candy, and the stuff we bought in the
Isn't it
shop.
frustrating when you fall for that?
You're a great
God,
I know.
it's so
I
frustrating
never would have for
when you fall for that.
I never would have for my kids. Never.
Yeah, and I bet they tell you that too. Oh my
Yes,
God.
I do.
The lectures I get from
my son likes to remind me of that.
Yeah.
My son likes to remind me that every time I saw him, I didn't have a toy for him, but I do for his kids.
Well, and what's wrong with that?
Because I'm still trying to win them over.
Well, it's like, and they've gotten used to me not letting them pick up the check for the meal because they've got kids to raise. My kids are grown. I don't have to worry about paying all that money out for clothes and food for the kids and everything else kids have need for. So now I'm in a position where I can afford it once in a while. So they've gotten used to, they're not going to get to pay the check. So they just kind of look at me and roll their eyes because they know arguing isn't going to do any good. And so, we're out in the store and we get all this stuff. The amount of stuff between what we got for the grandbabies and stuff we got for us was as much as what I paid for the food.
Yeah, I believe it. You're talking about the Cracker Barrel store, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so easy to go broke in it. It's like, I have to give myself a budget for to go in there, or else I'll walk out at least with all the candy.
Oh yeah,
it's insane.
And I love the buttermints. Hi, Cobalt Bald Eagle. And yes, Cracker Barrel is awesome, and the best part is the store.
Agreed.
I love those buttermints, and Raymond likes the Airhead candies, and the girls, of course, love just about everything. And then they have some really cute clothes in there.
I got a fishing shirt for Jim in there, so he still has it. He still wears it. I love it.
Yeah, one of the things I saw today were these cute little cowboy boots and shirts and stuff. They were too little for the girls, but they were so cute. Raymond wanted to buy another hat, and I looked at him and said, you do not need another hat. And he looks at me and says, but isn't that just like the one I got you in Texas? He says, no, it's felt. Like, really? So he didn't buy it, but I think he would have if I didn't give him a hard time.
That's why you're here.
That's right. And Legata says, kids to raise like weeds in the garden. Yep.
There's a reason why we call Sandra Queen Dolphin.
That's right. That's right. Where is your little Queen Dolphin avatar, Sandra? I forgot about that. Didn't Fat make you one?
Did you see the picture for the thumbnail for the stream?
What's that?
There was a thumbnail for the stream.
Oh yeah, the Hun, can you pull up the thumbnail?
Yeah, the one with Sandra as Princess Leia, or no, it was Raymond, and Sandra was Han Solo.
It was hilarious.
And then Wendy was in the back.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's pulling it up. He's looking for it.
No, it's in the stream yard. See if I can.
I like what Leonard said. These aren't the same people I grew up with. These are old people who are trying to get into heaven. So, the last class reunion I went to, I don't remember which one it was, but it was, I haven't gone to the last couple. But I was at it and I'm looking around like, these people are old.
There it is.
Yeah.
Look at it.
I haven't looked back
good. You look awesome there,
children.
I thought that was awesome. I knew that was Fet's design.
I didn't even realize C-3PO and R2-D2 were in the picture. I guess I couldn't get past Raymond's abs.
Oh my God, Wendy.
But yeah, I haven't had that figure since before
Trying to
children.
throw him a bone here.
Yeah, yeah, we all kind of fall apart as we get older. But yeah, when I was talking to one of the security chiefs the other day,
Oh, sorry,
yeah,
Sandra, we're keeping you up.
I had I had done rounds and everything, and after I get done with rounds, I go to the warden, assistant warden, or security chief, whichever one I happen to come across, and just to report off, let them know how things are going, check and see if they need anything from me. And we were just all talking. That one of the captains was in there. And we were just chatting away, and I commented about my youngest one turning 41. And he says, "You can't be old enough to have a kid that age." Well, yeah, I am. And back and forth, he says, "I thought you were my age. I just turned 50." And I'm like, "Thank you."
Oh, that's
He says,
sweet.
he says, "You don't look as old as you are." I'm like, "Well, thank you." I said, "I have good genes, and I don't smoke, and I don't drink to excess, and I don't do drugs, and yeah, I take kind of sort of take care of myself." And he's like, "Well, it works." I'm like, okay.
I don't smoke. I don't drink. You know, it's just like I exercise and I don't stay out in the sun at all. So, mm,
I know. I reckon I can spot alcoholics like when you see them because their skin is
yeah,
a different color to ours. I think.
it's a bit
I
yellowish.
work out. I work out all the time. I mean,
Oh, I'm sure you do.
not as
You have
not as
to.
much as I used to since being hit by the car, but
Yeah.
I still do go for runs on the treadmill. I don't run
Yeah,
out
I
in
don't-
roads anymore.
Yeah, I don't blame you for
Yeah, I don't
that.
blame you for that. I haven't deliberately run on purpose since I got out of the army.
I just never stopped. I was running before I joined the army.
Yeah, I never liked running.
I hate
I could
running.
do
It's
the
so boring.
calisthenics
I
all
was
day
in
long.
track.
Oh
I
yeah.
was in track and cross country.
Yeah, I could do the push-ups, sit-ups, all the other good stuff, but I just never enjoyed running.
Yeah, me too. I'm like that. I was good at running. I would. Yeah, but I was like, it's so boring.
I've always
So
felt better
boring.
after I run. I don't know.
Oh,
For
it's
me,
very
that was it's
yeah.
kind of like a
It's the
time to
endorphins,
deflate.
Yeah.
You know,
Wendy, I
and
was
clear your mind.
Yeah.
I was a gymnast
Mhm.
all through college and everything, and
Yeah.
like I was doing something I shouldn't have tried and hurt myself, but it didn't have anything to do with my back. So it was my ankle, and I shouldn't have even been trying what I was doing, but that was the end of it.
Hmm.
But I still swim. I go swimming because it's easier on my back,
Yes. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
being in the water, you're like weightless, so that's why I like doing that. Is like I do water aerobics and I go swimming. I swim laps. So
Yeah. If I could swim, I probably would spend more time in the water because it would probably help the knees.
yeah,
Yeah.
George
yep.
says,
True.
"Does the dolphin really need such a long loincloth?" I'll never tell. That's between the dolphin and me. Mwah. Mwah.
Well, I guess it's actually, I guess, much easier for me to not over. Jimmy is diabetic, so there's a lot of stuff in our
Ah.
house that we have that. So I end up being on a low carb diet because of Jimmy mostly.
Yeah.
So I mean, I cheat from time to time, but the majority of the time we make something here that's low carb.
Yeah.
So
My
Oh,
husband's lactose intolerant. It's like we have
Yeah.
everything non-lactose.
hmm
Ugh.
yeah, we got good friends that are one of our good friends. She's now gluten free. So whenever they come over for dinner, man, talk about boring dinner.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh
Mark
man.
of Iron has
That's
joined
rough.
us. Hi, Tony.
Hey Tony.
Hi, Tony.
Hi, Tony.
Oh, Tony.
John is now broken.
Wow.
I wonder which comment was.
There's quite a few of them in a row.
Yeah, I know.
Over the Christmas period, we had so the extra kids come up with their kids, and then their friends come up as well. So every time it's like not 4 people join us, 6 people join our house. So we've got like 15 or 16 people I have to feed, and this one of the adult friends has IBS, the irritable bowel syndrome, and she's like, I like coming to your house because I don't need to worry about what I eat because it's all just so plain that, that I don't need to worry about getting sick. I'm like, well, when you've got young children, they don't want to eat hardly anything different, right? They just want potatoes, vegetables, and meat, and that's or But it was just so funny. She's like, I like your house. It's just so I don't need to worry about it. Thanks.
Yeah, my granddaughter, when she comes over, her mom uses mixes. I don't use mixes. So she came over and like, I want to make brownies. We had made brownies one time, and she wanted to use the mixing out, and she just kind of looks like, what is it? We're making brownies. So I was like,
butter, sugar.
Where's the box? You're making it wrong. Where's the box?
So she's very picky. But after they were made, it's chocolate, so she was willing to try it. And she's like, oh, this is really good. They wound up taking half the brownies home with them.
Yeah. That's nice.
So she likes making
brownies. And then Raymond made you make another batch just for him, right? Raymond made you make another batch just for him.
Yeah, we finished that batch. I don't remember if I made another one right away or not, but I did make more. But it's really rich. It's 6 bars of unsweetened chocolate. It's got 6 eggs and a couple of cups of sugar. So it's really, really rich. And
this is a tease, Sandra, just so you know.
Well, if I get to fly myself down to Texas when I come down there, I'll make some brownies and bring them down.
You wouldn't dare. If anybody out there has never tasted any of Sandra's baking, she's amazing. So you don't know what you're missing out on. You seriously don't.
Love your chocolate chip cookies. Love them so much.
Tyron really liked the oatmeal raisin. He was like, "These are so good." Oh, yeah. He tried to taste my chocolate chip. I'm like, and
everything that she sent to us was good.
He was like,
the loaf that Sandra sent. Yeah.
And I was like, what you
Sandra
doing?
had sent me a slow. I don't know what the loaf was, but it was so good. Jimmy and I, we each tried a little bit of the loaf, and we ended up cutting it evenly in half because she wanted to make sure she got her half of it.
Exactly. I think it was banana bread. This is exactly what we do.
So,
we cut everything into thirds.
And so I purposely ate mine really slow so that
Evil laugh.
I'm like, Jim, quit making pies. Quit making.
Well, I think for the PodCon, if I have time in my copious amounts of free time, if I have a chance to, I may make some cookies to take up there. But like most restaurants, they really don't want you bringing stuff in. So probably if I do that, we'll do it like after we have our meal or whatever, or maybe if we have a day when we're going to the battlefield. But I might just bring up cookies.
I may have to drive to North Texas.
Don't be spoiling my fun, Wendy. I don't share. Like I was telling you guys, my husband would just barely try to touch the bag that my cookies were, and I'm like, and what do you think you're doing? Well, I thought they were fries. I said, no, you have your bag of cookies. This is mine. It was like, you're so mean.
And I wasn't real sure with the way his turned out. They looked more like tortillas. I think the moisture was too high in the air. It was just too humid the day I baked them. And
he said they tasted just fine, so he didn't care.
As long as they tasted good, that's all.
Yeah, he was like, these are amazing.
Oh, good. I'm glad he liked them. They're easy to make.
That's good.
Actually, if you have the Quaker oatmeal, the recipe's on the inside of the bag. It used to be on the inside of the lid. I don't know if it still is anymore because it's been
I
there a
may
while.
get mine from Winco just because it's a little bit cheaper. I think I use the
Yeah.
Winco brand, but yeah.
Yeah, they might have a recipe, but the one I use is in there. And what I do to make the raisins keep from drying out is I'll put the amount of raisins they call for in a big glass measuring cup, and then I put warm water on top of them and let them sit for an hour or two before I make the cookie dough. And that puts enough moisture back into the raisins that
Yeah.
they don't dry out
Plump
in the
them up a
baking
little.
process.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. I don't really eat raisins, so I don't make
Yeah,
oatmeal raisin cookies, so
yeah.
that's interesting. I have had really good oatmeal chocolate chip cookies
Uh-huh.
before. Those are pretty awesome.
Those are really good. Yeah.
Yeah, they're good.
But yeah, I enjoy
She sent me
baking. I
peanut
made
butter
Raymond some.
cookies. Yeah, you sent me the peanut butter cookies you sent me the Christmas before were
Yeah,
delicious too.
I'm glad you
Now
guys
I
feel
want
pretty good.
cookies.
I know. I want
Dang it.
standard cookies.
The last week, I think it was, I made Raymond some banana bread. It's been gone. If I get bananas and they're starting to turn, I'm like, just leave them sit. I'll make some banana bread. So I
Yeah, you
just,
don't have to tell him twice.
no, no. If I'm willing to bake, he's willing to eat.
Friggin' Raymond is so lucky. Does he realize how good he has it having you in his house?
I don't know. He's nodding a little bit, so I don't know if that's a yes, 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 or if that's a sure yeah because you asked.
Or I'm just gonna nod my head
No.
and smile.
Yeah, nod and smile and stay out of trouble.
Smile away. Do you know what's
That's
nice
right.
with banana bread?
You're a good
Have
gal.
you ever
Yeah.
had cream cheese?
What
Cream
was that,
cheese
Carla?
on cream cheese on banana bread.
I don't know. Have you had cream cheese on banana bread, hon? He shook his head no.
That's so yummy.
I don't know if we have cream cheese or not. I don't know if he's ever even thought about putting it on there. I know he's
I
put
know
butter on it.
if you put butter on a warm piece of banana bread, that's
Mhm.
pretty good. If you let it
Yeah.
melt a little bit on there.
Butter. Oh, you don't want it to melt. Butter is better when it's not melted. You just like spread it.
But
Comes
like
with
it makes it more moist and it just melts in your mouth. It's really good.
Try cream cheese. It's amazing.
My
Raymond says, okay.
husband just found a lactose intolerant cream cheese and he's so excited. He's like through the roof because there's this dessert that we make. It's got like pretzels and brown sugar at the bottom and you bake it for just a little bit. Then you put cream cheese over the top. Then you put raspberry, like just from the freezer. You put raspberries all over the top of it.
Oh, I hate
And
Frozen.
raspberries.
oh my gosh, so good. You
I
could
think Pudgy may have gotten tired of the chick talk.
Oh,
you could do
poor guy.
cherry. You could do whatever flavor you want. It's so good though.
I can't stand raspberries, but I'm not a big person on fruity desserts. I like my stuff like more like
Chocolate.
chocolatey or whatever. I know that's weird, but
Mm.
I actually prefer fruit in my refrigerator. Well, I don't now
no, I
because I have
don't
a
mind.
refrigerator problem. But I mean, we have grapes, bananas,
So do we. Yeah.
No, I don't mind
cantaloupe,
fruit.
watermelon, oranges.
That's what
I
my
love
son
eating raw
snacks.
fruit, but I don't like having it in my dessert. I'm a weirdo like that, though.
Mm.
Oh, I
Oh, I see
love
what you
fruit
mean.
and dessert. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like
I can
apple
take it or
pie.
leave it. Oh yeah, how
I
do you
make a
not like apple
boysenberry.
pie?
I make a boysenberry and white chocolate. Sort of. If you had say a shortbread recipe. Short. Yeah, because it's like butter, flour. Sorry, butter, sugar, 1 egg, and flour. That's the ingredients, and you mix them up, and it's mostly wet-ish type thing. And then on top you put frozen boysenberries and white chocolate intermixed, and then you just top it with, you crumble the base on the top, and you bake it. And my kids love it.
Oh, that sounds good.
Boysenberry.
One of my neighbors makes this, and I never thought I would like it because I'm not big on grapefruit. It's okay, but she makes
Oh, I love
grapefruit
grapefruit.
pie, and
What?
that grapefruit pie is
That's odd.
delicious. It is
Now
so
that
good.
sounds really weird, but it's
Yeah,
I
good.
mean, she has grapefruit trees on her property,
Oh
Oh
wow.
yeah, those are easy.
so I
What-
mean, it's like
what
she doesn't even
form-
have to go to the store.
If
What
I could,
form
I would
does it
eat
take?
grapefruit
What
all day long.
is it?
I love grapefruit.
What's it look?
I don't mind it from time to time. I like melons more. I am allergic, but I like.
You heard
Wow.
it here. Wendy likes melons.
Yeah, that's gonna pick that one up, isn't he?
I just started busting up right away.
What's the time on stamp right now?
Let's see. It is. I
Oh,
don't
Black
know.
Forest
Let's
cat
see.
cake.
Timestamp is about 3
3
hours and 19 minutes. Good lord.
Really?
How has it been that long, Sandra?
Man,
We can talk.
we might get 4 hours in.
Wow.
Oh Lord.
I didn't think we'd have anything to talk about.
I didn't either,
I didn't either.
except nurse stuff.
Yeah.
What can we
And we
talk
can
about
really
that makes the men in the chat uncomfortable? Any
I-
ideas?
Uncomfortable.
Catheters.
Well, we already went there with
Labor?
hormonal things.
Well, that's
So
true.
And
Giving
catheters.
birth.
Let's see. What else can we talk about? I'm
I'll be
kind of
right back.
afraid of some stuff because I don't want to give Fett too much ammunition.
yeah,
Although I
like
think
I
he has
just did.
plenty.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
With your
Fett says I
melons?
heard it.
my love of melons. Damn it! You heard it.
The goddess mentions a Black Forest cherry cake. I got a good recipe when I was living in Germany.
Especially when they're round and bouncy.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
Huge, big, round, bouncy circles. When my son loves Black Forest cherry cake, so oldest one. So a couple of years ago, I got out my Black Forest cherry recipe that I got while I was in Germany. Now they weigh their ingredients rather than measuring their ingredients.
Yep.
So I got a graduated cylinder that it's converted the weights to measures so I could measure it out. You know, I had to get the cherries, I had to get the whipping cream, I had to get everything. So I made a Black Forest cherry cake from scratch. And it was probably a good 12 inches in diameter and a good 6 inches to 8 inches tall.
Oh my goodness.
And it turned out really nicely. It was so good and so rich. So we kept just a little bit here, and I sent the rest home with him because there was no way we were going to finish that. But he was just over the moon with
Aw,
having a homemade Black Forest cherry cake.
that's
Wow.
cute.
That would have taken ages.
It did. It took 2 days to make it.
Yeah.
God.
I had to cook down the cherries and make my own cherry filling out of it. I had to put stuff in it to make it into the that thick gooey type stuff that you put in between the layers, and it was like
Yep.
7 or 8 layers, and it was a lot of work, but yeah,
But
kids
worth
were-
it, right?
Yep. Just seeing one Rod says
Poor
the
dear Rod.
saliva won't stop flowing.
Yeah.
But
So
you
you
know,
have
the
them sitting
kaiju.
up on your doorstep.
The kaiju Black Forest cherry cakes. That's what it sounds
That's
like.
cute.
girly products. We can talk about girly products.
Oh, okay. You
Oh,
wanna
he
talk
wants
about
naughty
girly
girly products. He said naughty.
Well, we can talk about those too if you want. No, Raymond will be like, "What happened to my channel, Sandra?"
It broke.
It's a PG-rated channel. After some of the stuff those guys have talked about, I don't want to hear it.
Well, I sit there and listen to them talk about playing the bass.
Uh-huh.
So all of
Which
us
that's
are.
great. I don't know how to play it, and that's great that y'all do, but I don't understand the thing they're talking
I don't
about when they
either.
are.
I don't understand it either.
Hmm,
So Rennie, what were you gonna say?
I said all of us are married, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Do
Hmm.
you have any fun newlywed stories you can tell, or anything that would be fun for the audience to hear about you and your significant other? I think that'd be kind of fun since we're all married ladies here.
Well,
Oh,
let's see. Well, Raymond and I met. I had moved to Cleveland to work in the Cleveland Clinic, and my daughter's ex used to work for a company that did aviation stuff, and their annual picnic was at the Cleveland Air Show. So I had been in Civil Air Patrol as a cadet, and I was interested in looking into it as an adult. And my ex he wouldn't hear of me even leaving the house without him knowing exactly where I was going and what I was doing. So, like,
Yeah.
screw that. So, anyway, um, Raymond was actually at the Civil Air Patrol recruiting booth, and we talked. And I went to a meeting, and I was in his squadron. And over time, we got to be friends and got to know each other. And then one day, we just kind of looked at each other and, like, oh, wow, yeah, there's a connection there. Wasn't too much after that. We started dating. And then for our 1 month anniversary of dating, he took me flying. And I remembered how much I absolutely loved it. And that got me back into taking flying lessons, got me back into flying. And it was, oh, probably 6, 8 months later, I had my pilot certificate. And
Oh,
he says I took his mistress.
that's cute.
So, yeah, it's kind
I
of
met
romantic.
him at so I used to work at this restaurant called Village Inn. I started when I was 15, and I worked and worked and worked because I was saving up tuition, and I was going to college because I graduated early. I graduated when I was 16, and so I was like, building up money for my tuition and everything. And my friend, so okay, her grandmother worked with me. So my friend worked for my husband at that restaurant. And I said to her, wow, your boss is really good looking. And she's like, should I invite him to my birthday party? I said, sure, why not? And so she invited him. I was only 18 at the time. And she invited him to the birthday party, and we just hit it off. And he's 13 years older than me, but it didn't really matter. My parents loved him. My family loved him. And, he's, let's see, he was born in 1964. So, yeah, he's just been always here for me. And I have developed a new, after this year and what happened to me this year, I just developed a new love and a new,
That's cool.
and a new, turned over a new leaf. I want my life to be happy. I don't want to be miserable. I don't want to be sad. I don't want to be by myself. And I love him. So we're together, and it's working out well. So, you know, after 20, I think it'll July 6th will be, sorry, September 6th. July. I always get that because it's birthdays are in July. So September 6th of 2000 is our anniversary. So it's been 24 years.
Very cool.
Yeah, he's just a good man, and I'm head over heels for him. So
Well, I was like way this I don't know. I always said when I grew up, I'm gonna marry a pilot or someone because I love planes and I love aviation. I'm like, or someone who works in the airline industry. And then I was working like in a school at our church, and the kids all I all teach knew I love planes because I'm always looking at, I'd always like, kids, look at the plane, look at the plane, and and then the kids were like, there's a pilot around the church, there's a pilot around the church, and I'm like, oh, is there? And then I was just sitting in church, and one time I turned around and a strange guy walked in the door, and I'm like, that's the guy I'm gonna marry.
Oh, that's
So
cute.
fortunately, I did, and it worked out okay. But yeah, that's how worldly. Not worldly,
That's
but
really
I'm like,
cute.
I think my dad loves planes. I think he always wanted to fly them, but never did.
yeah,
And and uh, and so I think he gave me a love for planes, so I'd marry a pilot. Then he can, enjoy that. But when we got married, this is when we were um look, because when we got married, it was the first time I'd have to sleep in a bed with like a big bed with someone else, and I could not sleep. And so the next day, I we went back to my parents' place because they were going on holiday, and I slept in my single bed, and I had to sleep. And my husband played computer games. So that's how we spent our first day honeymoon. Very boring, but yeah. I
Oh,
just
that's
couldn't
cute,
sleep.
Carla.
Yeah.
It was just really weird, but I never, but yeah, I just couldn't sleep. But yeah, I
I
didn't
think
get
it's
to
cool
sleep a
that
bit for.
you looked at him when he walked in the room and you decided that's the man I'm going to marry. That is so cool.
Yeah, because
Oh,
that doesn't
yeah.
really happen, right? I mean,
mine
it's
was
not a common
Oh,
thing.
yeah,
So
no.
very
mine was
unusual
Wasn't for
story.
Jimmy and I.
All right, so yeah, tell us your story.
Yeah.
The first time I met Jimmy, I got out of the army in 2008, and she got out of the army in 2009. So I was working at the hospital when she first started there. And the first time that she was coming on, I was actually working a trauma shift, even though we didn't have trauma teams yet, because we were still only a level 2. So we didn't have to have the whole trauma level 1 thing. She was the trauma surgeon on that night, and it was her very first shift. And she tried to bring a patient up without calling anyone and just try to
Ooh.
outrank everyone and try to push the patient in and tell us what was going to happen. And she got to me and she started talking, and I was the charge nurse, and I looked at her and I said, I'm not in the army anymore. You don't outrank me. This is your first shift at this hospital. You do not outrank me. And so she kind of
Nice.
I was much
She's like,
nicer in the
that's
operating room,
that's
but
the gal I'm gonna marry.
sometimes you just, well, it's like, certain doctors, some doctors, they come in, they don't know how things work. Well, you got to kind of go them a backhand and teach them how it works. So, of course, there was the time that I told her we were doing a trauma together. We can do regular surgeries together, but we prefer we not do trauma surgeries together anymore.
Nice.
It's, yeah, I think we'll just leave that one out.
So,
But
as you
we were
guys,
busy. We were so
oh,
busy this one night, and we were just, case after case after case. It was like 4 a.m. We'd been there since 6:30 in the evening, and so we hadn't even had a lunch break or anything. It'd just been case. And Jimmy is starting to pick on me now because she's just trying to stay awake. So she's picking on me. And I looked at her and I said, you know what? I'm freaking tired. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I haven't eaten yet. I got one good smart ass comment left in me, and I'll be damned if I waste it on you.
oh my gosh.
And she laughed. Anesthesiologist pointed at me and said, "Point!" Jimmy thought that was good. She thought that was funny, though.
Oh dear.
Anyway.
Hey, Jill.
Hey, Jill.
Hi,
So,
Jill.
Rennie, I know a lot of your story, but why don't you share some of your story with us?
Well, you guys know how Tyron and I met, so I'll keep that part pretty brief. But you know, we got to the point where we just we couldn't stay away from
Sorry.
each other. That's for you, Wendy.
It is.
So you know, we couldn't stay away from each other, and we both swore up and down we wouldn't get married again. And finally, when we were able to get him here, we just couldn't wait to get married. And I'm sure it's not a secret that both of us been married before, and they didn't work out great, and that's all I'm gonna say about those. But I remember in the wedding just like crying my eyes out, and that didn't happen to me the first time around. I was just like, I don't want to be here. And
Oh no.
this time around I was like, I'm so happy. I can't believe this is actually happening to me. And
Wow.
so I was just crying
Were you
my eyes
nervous?
out. And one thing that the judge did, because we got married at the courthouse, and because we didn't want anything big, and we just wanted to get married. So the cool thing is the judge first of all said he wasn't going to take our money, and because of all the cool stuff
Whoa.
that Tyrone was doing with some political affiliates that the judge knows. So Tyrone knows a lot of people in politics in this county, and it
What?
kind of worked out to his benefits. Yeah, he volunteered last year, or was it? Yeah, 2022. In the fall of 2022, he did a lot of volunteer work for some political runs for county commissioner and stuff like that for the midterms.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
he knew a lot of people. So those people came to our wedding, or a couple of them came to our wedding at the courthouse. Well, we didn't know that they knew our judge. So they talked to the judge beforehand, and I was like, what's going on? Why are they talking to the judge? And, so whenever he came out and he was, the ceremony was over, he said, you've done so many good things. I just can't, take your money. I just want to say thank you for all of your hard work. And, all this. But he also gave us something that was quite interesting. He gave us his business card, but on the back of the business card, he wrote down the time that we were technically married. And he said he does this for, all the couples that he marries. And he said, he gave us a certificate, and he gave us the card at the same time. And he said, one thing I think is important is for couples to remember the moment that they got married. And so something that was my husband's idea is every morning at 9:24 a.m., because that's when we got married, we tell each other we love each other. So if I'm at work, he calls me, or we text each other. If we're at home,
That's so
we'll make it to each other and just give each other a kiss and say I love you, or other things. But there's every day at 9:24, every day at 9:24, every day at 9:24 since December 9th, 2022. We have told each other that we love each other. We do a once a month, like, kind of anniversary thing where we go to breakfast at the place that we had breakfast on our honeymoon. Just a lot of things that, he said, I missed out on so much time with you, and I wish I had met you sooner in my life. And I just want to celebrate the small things with you as much as I can. And it means a lot. So sorry, I'm trying not to get emotional here.
Yeah, don't make us cry.
I've never had
For the girls panel.
I've never had, so much love and care, and so much like attention to, I want to appreciate, this, that, and the other about you, or, I want to celebrate the small things. That I've just never had that. So it's something new to me, but at the same time, it's hard to get used to, but at the same time, I love it, and I enjoy every minute of it as much as I can. So yeah.
That's awesome.
That is wonderful. Yeah, Raymond and I don't have a thing where we call each other at a specific time to do that, because of a reason, because that's the time we got married. But he will call me on my way to work, or as soon as I get to work, and we talk for 10 or 15 minutes every morning. And it doesn't have to be anything particular. We'll just talk about what's going on at work, or what we have going on, or whatever. And it's really nice. Then he calls me at lunchtime, and we talk for a little bit at lunchtime.
Yep.
And then he calls me on the way home, and then I call him when I'm on the way home.
Yep.
Actually, we talk a lot during the day, and then he says to me at night sometimes, we don't talk. I'm like, We
You're
talk a
like, are
lot.
you kidding me?
We talk all
Yeah.
day. We just don't talk face to face as much. But yeah, it's really important to keep that I love you going, because it's
Yeah.
easy to get so lost in the day to day in and out that you forget to say it.
Exactly.
And then you start to wonder, is that feeling really there? Well, we tell each other at least 2 to 3 times a day, I love
Yeah.
you. And that he's asked me, what do I want for Valentine's Day for quite a few years? Like, I don't want anything for Valentine's Day. You tell me every single day you love me. You show
Right.
me every single day you love me. Why do I need to put money in the pockets of some store for you to buy
Mm.
me something to say I love you when I know it? I don't
Yeah,
have to
Jimmy and
have.
I are the same way. We're
That's
the
what I
same
Yeah.
told
way.
you yesterday, Sandra. Like, I think it's too
It's a Hallmark
commercialized.
holiday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
a
It
Hallmark
is.
holiday, and I don't like it. But he still brings me like roses,
Yeah.
and a card, and I do a card for him, and we don't make it a big deal because we have each other every day, and we tell each other we love each other every single day, and like we met at a restaurant, but he changed professions, and we went through a really hard time for a while because of money issues, and that really put a damper on things for a bit. But then, you know, he started doing well. He's the hardest worker I even know. I I seriously wouldn't be here without him. I would not be alive. I I swear to God, I would not be alive without him. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're all going to get emotional, Mary.
I know. I love him so much, and he means so much to me. I don't know what I would do without him.
That's a
Well, Jimmy
lovely,
and I actually
lovely.
became a couple on February 13th.
Oh, that's
So,
interesting.
Aw.
Please tell me it was a
be-
Friday. That would make it 10 times better.
I don't remember what day. It probably wasn't a Friday because we both had to work.
Sorry, I have a cough still. I'll mute it. Well,
Well,
The
what
reason
I
we
think,
were going out on the 13th was because we worked on the 14th. So,
ah,
Mm.
one thing I think is kind of ironic, humorous, whatever word you want to use. All right, so not everyone does Lent like they used to, but when you enter Lent, it's no candy, no cookies,
Mm.
no cakes, no sweets, none of the indulgences. So this year, Fashionat Day, Fat Tuesday, whatever you want to call it, is February 13th. Lent begins on Valentine's Day. So people who celebrate Lent don't get to take advantage of all the candy and all that other nice
nope,
good stuff that
nope.
goes along with it. And I just find
that
that kind
totally
of,
sucks.
yeah, I find it kind of humorous, kind of ironic. No Herc 130, not all men are horrible cads.
Nope.
There
Nope.
I actually think that most men are not horrible cads. You have some around, here and there, but I think most men, just like most women, are decent people. Hello, Jill. Great to have you.
Hey, Jill.
Hey,
Yeah,
Jill.
Hi,
great.
Jill.
So,
Hello.
Okay.
Hi,
so,
guys.
I'm sure you heard we just shared our romance story. So, would you feel comfortable sharing yours?
Well, sure, why not? I met my husband
I've
at
been
school. We
drinking.
were in computer science class, and he asked me on a date and then ran away.
Oh.
And
Aw.
Oh,
That's adorable.
that's
it was
cute.
really cute. Mhm.
That's adorable.
That's so
Yeah,
cute, Jill.
it is. We have a great marriage, and I'm really happy.
That's
Good.
great. And you have the two kids. You have a boy who's what, 13 or 14?
Hmm. Yeah,
Kind of
he's
in.
Oh, wow.
10 and 5. Oh, she's gonna be 5. And
Wow.
I
I
don't know why I
remember
was
when she
thinking
was
that they were
2.
younger than that.
Me
Don't
too.
ask me.
I wish my son and daughter-in-law had planned theirs further apart.
Well,
One and
sometimes
one and a half, and well, right now, well, he's almost 2. He'll be 2 in May, and the granddaughter's 3 months.
Yeah. Well, my ex and I tried to plan, and I got pregnant on birth control. With
Oh my God!
I got pregnant on 2 forms of birth control with the third one.
What?
Yes.
Wow.
I nursed them all, and the only time I wasn't pregnant was when I was nursing. So when the third one, I nursed him for 18 months and made the ex get a vasectomy. Because I wasn't having no more. I had 3 kids in 3.5 years.
My
Or 4.5
husband.
years. I'm like, no more. No more.
Yeah, no doubt. Golly, you
Two
poor
of
thing.
my mom's brothers. 2 of my mom's brothers are Irish brothers. They're 10 months apart.
Irish twins. Irish
Oh,
twins.
Irish twins. There you go. Irish twins. Yeah. They're only 10 months apart.
Wow.
You know what, Wendy? I was born in call.
You were born what?
In my water bags.
Oh. Oh
Water
yeah.
bags in call. So I came out. I was born at home, and my mom had a doula or something like that. And I came out in my bag of waters.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
It happens.
I
Yeah.
hear that's good luck for.
I've
something like
heard that too. I've
Yeah.
heard that you have like not psychic.
I can remember
things,
seeing a
but,
baby born in the sack whenever I was in nursing school observing. I saw a baby come out in the sack.
It's
Oh, and
not
on that,
very often
there
that
was a question in the chat about how many times he had to ask me out. Just one time, because we were already friends. He was already sitting next to me, helping me with my computer science work.
Cool.
So he was smart about that.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is so sweet.
Well, and you're so pretty. So, like, who wouldn't want, to ask you out? Oh my God.
Only ran away.
Yeah,
And
right.
then he ran away.
He didn't want to mess it up.
He didn't want to.
So John Rendell says Valentine's Day, no candy. He has his revenge at last.
Oh.
Well, I've never been a Catholic, so I don't have to worry about this.
Me neither. Although I grew up Lutheran, and that's about as close to Catholic as you can get.
I grew up.
I was Methodist. So.
Oh, that'd be
So
the
Sam-
same, wouldn't it?
Sandra, we're kind of like you guys. We don't really do Valentine's Day because it doesn't really,
Yeah.
it's just a Hallmark holiday. And
Right.
so, we tell each other
And
we
it's
love
not big in
each other
Australia
every
either.
day. And, it's just, yeah. We don't do it. I'm like, the only thing that I ask is if there's candy around that time that I can't get a hold of any other time of the year that we buy some, but you don't have to buy it for me. We can just go to the grocery store and share it.
Try it. Right.
And if you wait until the day after Valentine's Day, it's on half
It's
price.
half off. Yeah. That's
So
right.
unless I see something, like I saw some Valentine's Kit Kats when I went to the store the other day. Kit Kat is Raymond's favorite favorite candy. So I picked him up a bag of Valentine Kit Kats. So if I go to the store on the 15th, which I may or may not, I don't know, I can pick up candy at half price. So why spend all the money for the full price candy when I can get it at half price? I mean,
Yeah,
makes
man.
sense.
You don't need a special day when every day is special.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My husband today bought some red vines, and so this is what he does. He splits them up in thirds, and then he put it in a bag for me, a little baggie. And he even cut them in half so it would fit in the baggie.
Oh wow.
Yeah. He's just nice, like really thoughtful like that to me, He, I don't know, he's just so good to me.
Good.
I think all of
You
us
need
have
that.
special partners. I think that it's really cool. That says I woke on impact under surveillance and the camera eye searching high and low. I don't know what the beginning of that was, but that sounds interesting or disturbing.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to feel about that comment.
Yeah, did we miss a part of the conversation?
Yeah. I feel like Tina from Bob's Burgers, like just
Well, for my husband would never buy me flowers because he knows I can't stand.
Either. I think it's kind of sad. You cut them and then they die.
I
Yeah.
know.
yeah, I
Mine
agree.
does though. Still, even though I'm like, who cares?
Plus, my cat will try to eat them. I'm like, no, that's gonna poison the cat. No.
Yeah. Well, Raymond got a plant when his dad died from the place he was working, and parts of the plant have died. It was one of those pots with like 5 or 6 different potted plants in it,
Yeah.
and only 2 of the plants in there have survived, and I've repotted it several times. So I have no place to put it at this point. So it's sitting on the floor in our sunroom. I had to put one of the ferret gates around it. It's a wire thing that it makes like a playpen when you put a couple of them together.
Yeah.
So it's an expansion panel. So I have it around the plant because a certain 70-pound Staffordshire Terrier will go and dig the plant out.
Oh, what a bad boy.
That commercial.
So,
Where
yeah.
the dogs tip over the
Yeah, So the other day, Snoopy, as you all know, steals things. So Raymond had a book on the arm of the chair, and he had gotten a green screen that he's playing with to try to work with the show so that he can do different things. And we're trying to work on it, and all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, Snoopy is just doing his "I've got something" walk. And I'm like, well, it doesn't sound like he's chewing on anything. What? And before I could look, he came up and stared at me. And I looked down at him. He's got a bookmark in his mouth. He went over and took Raymond's bookmark again. He doesn't bother the book. He goes over and uses his lips and pulls the bookmark out until he can get a hold of the bookmark. And then he runs off with the bookmark, and you have to trade.
Trade?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
He wants a treat. So he wants to trade.
Honestly, I'd make Snoopy go back and find the page first.
I know. I'm thinking, this is crazy. So, and then Raymond left his phone sit and realized it just as Snoopy picked it up. So Snoopy is carrying the phone through the house because we haven't noticed it. So he's just carrying the phone. And he keeps coming over and looking at us. And we don't look, he makes another lap. And he comes back and looks. And so finally it's like, and I trade.
He's an evil genius.
Yes, he is. And he likes to take things because he wants to trade for them. He's taken stuff off the bookshelf and carried it around so that he can trade for it.
That's quite brilliant, really.
He is too smart for our good. So we live in an old house, and the old houses, you can walk in a circle through the entire house. So you come in the front door, you go straight back into the kitchen, and then you go into the dining room, and then you go into the sitting room and back into the entryway. So it's a big circle. And he will go around the circle. And it's no good chasing him. Now that he's got arthritis pretty bad and he's having trouble getting around as much, he can't quite run as fast through the house, but he likes running on the Mary Chase. And he's smart enough to know if you stop following him and you turn around to intercept him, he is listening and he will turn around and start following you.
Yeah.
And then you're chasing him the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Yes, Fet, Snoopy likes big circles. Really big circles.
Really big circles.
Oh, yeah, Raymond says his reflexes are amazing. They are. He could be a football player. He could be a receiver. He just dodges back and forth and in and out. Even with his arthritis so bad, he will still, you reach and he goes the opposite side. Oh my gosh, Snoopy.
I like that. Lenrod says it's not so much trade, it's more like holding for ransom.
That's exactly it. Because if
Yeah.
you don't trade for it, he will destroy it.
Oh!
Oh
my goodness.
So he's like, yeah, trade with me. You know, you're not going to trade? Fine. I'll shred whatever it is I've got. I've got stuff under my desk that I'm not a gardener. I will kill whatever I try to raise, but I still try. So I've got some things underneath the desk that I have been working on, and he will take one page and he will show it to me. And if I don't trade soon enough, it gets torn. And even if I do trade, sometimes he's like Pavlov's dogs, he's already salivating. I've got tooth holes and spit marks all over some of the pages because they're already soaking wet by the time I trade for them.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
that is
So
quite
funny.
brilliant.
He is too smart.
Dexter just likes to lay on all my things. I don't know why. He lays on my remotes. And then he's ended up changing the channel. He lays on my books, and it just drives me up a wall that he
He's a
wants
cat.
to, I know. He
Yeah,
just
cats
wants
do
to
that.
lay on my things. Only my
Like
things.
Athena likes trying to lay on my laptop, and I'm like, I will straight up murder
Whoa.
your ass. So best not, or she'll come near, like, because I have a really cool MacBook I got for my job, and it's brand new, and don't want to hurt it, and she's like, so what you got there? I'm like, better not even, don't even think about
Yeah.
it, don't look at it, nope, just
Don't
turn
touch
around.
my stuff. Yeah. And Jim's like, what?
You need
Why
to put
are
a
you
cool, a
yelling
little
at
cool
that?
pad on top of it, keep them off.
I know.
Yeah,
Jim's
They
like,
like
Well,
what?
extra
they like
blankets.
the warm, the warmth of a laptop.
Yep. Well, John Rendell says the dog ate my homework. He is the only dog I have ever had that I can honestly say would eat my homework.
Well, it's funny you say that because my cat likes to eat paper. That's real freaking thing. She'll eat paper
What?
towels. You leave out notebook paper,
Oh,
she'll eat it. She'll puke it up later, but she
you don't
loves
even
eating
know.
paper.
Wow.
So animals can do that. It is a possibility.
You know, on
Yeah.
those garbage sacks, the little pull strings, my cats eat that. They'll like chew on it, and I find it in their freaking poo, and I'm scooping the box. I'm like,
Oh, God, I
what?
had a cat many, many years ago, and she would eat those little silver stringer things off the Christmas tree.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
She'd walk around with one hanging out of her butt.
Oh, I
God,
know.
Oh, man.
it's a good thing I was a nurse, man. It's a good thing I was a nurse.
Find my hair because I have really long hair. It's down to my waist now, and I find my hair like stringing throughout their poo. I'm like,
Yeah.
how does that
Girl,
even
you're going to have to
happen?
chop that hair then.
I know.
Snort says, "Where's the phone
Just
and
get a
why is the
bob.
dog ringing?"
That's good. I like that, Snoop. That's
Yeah,
a good one.
my hair right now is probably about 3 inches below the shoulder. I haven't cut it
That's
this
long for
year.
you, Sandra.
Yep.
Wow.
Holy
Yeah.
crap.
So if I go to Texas, the week before I come down, I'm getting it cut. And what I do is I let the hair grow long, and then I go and I have it donated to Wigs for Kids
That's
Oh,
right.
wow.
because
Cool.
it's hair; it grows back.
Yeah.
Yep,
It's
exactly.
I know you with nothing but short hair, so it'll be weird if it's still long when you get here,
Yeah.
if they allow you to come. Yeah.
Yeah, I really hope I do get to come. Yeah, it's fun down there, but I do miss Raymond. Of course, we still talk all the time anyway. But yeah, it's nice being down there. They spoil us rotten. I mean, you've seen the hotel we stay in. It's a suite.
Yeah.
And we work in
Yeah,
our
you
little.
stay at a really nice place.
Yeah, I mean, we work hard, but the room is nice, the food is decent, um, and I get to teach.
Yeah.
Lenrod says the food butt talk is upon us. Well, we were talking butts earlier, and we were talking
We were
food, so
talking
why not talk
stars.
about both?
Can anybody do the Ace Ventura like butt talking trick? I'm just kidding.
No.
Never tried.
Never had any desire to try.
Maybe if I have another doctor become an asshole, pardon my language, to me, I'll do that.
Oh, I would just love to be a fly on that wall.
Oh, that would be funny.
That would be funny.
Excuse me.
Oh, for a residence. To one of the residents.
Oh my gosh.
That's it, Wendy. I dare you. No.
I can see you do
I
it.
can promise you, Mark is my nurse manager that works under me. He sometimes listens to this show. He'll want to do that. He'll probably like be around the corner going, do it, and videotape it.
Next time you go into work,
I know
you'll be like,
him.
so I heard you were going to do the whole Ace Ventura thing.
Excuse me, I have a cough.
John Randall.
You're welcome, John.
I really do have a cough. I try and mute it.
So
Oh man, it's already 8 o'clock, guys.
I hear it's 9
I know.
o'clock. We've been on
Yeah.
for how many
Like 4
4
hours.
hours.
Good
Yeah.
Lord, I
It's
didn't
3
think we
o'clock
had,
here.
I didn't think
We
we
were
had anything
built
to
to
talk
talk
about.
for so long, right?
Yeah. You guys have been a lot of fun to hang out with.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Wendy.
So Jill, you've been quiet.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
What have you been up to?
Oh, not much. Just watching Voyager. Always what I'm doing on Saturdays, getting ready
know.
for the Cloudy show.
Yeah.
I was talking to Raquel yesterday, and she was saying that she had to binge 4 episodes of Star Trek Voyager, so she'd have a day today to like, just chill. So
Yeah, I haven't watched the Voyager episodes in I don't know how long, and I really haven't had a chance to do it. So, yeah, I haven't said a whole lot in the chat. For
I
Claudia
haven't either.
because I haven't watched the shows enough to give a really intelligent, thoughtful comment.
That's what I feel like too, because I haven't watched them enough, and I don't have. I'm not like Jill who has like really good speaking, like, you know what I mean, like she is very I don't know what the word is, but she knows how to
Well
speak
spoken?
well. Yeah, she's very
Yeah.
well spoken and
Articulate.
Well, I'm goal
articulate.
oriented, so I
That's the
set a
word I was
goal.
looking for. Yes,
and
articulate.
I like routine, and I set goals and stuff, and so
Yeah.
every Saturday I always watch the episodes and make a review, and I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun.
You're
And
very articulate. That's what I meant.
And I'm good at having 2 shows a week, but now I'm trying to start slow on making videos that are less than 20 minutes. And so I'm going to starting this month. I'm going to start doing 1 short video less than 20 minutes per month.
Wow, that's a lot of work.
It is, but I have to do it like if I want to grow my channel in a different way, because a lot of people don't want to sit there and watch a 3-hour live stream about a 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
Fortunately.
So I will tell you guys, like, I do put on the Clobby show, like, as I'm going to get the hubby at night, because he's been working some Saturday nights lately. And when I put it on, he'll sit there and he'll listen to the comments. He's like, oh, I remember that episode. What do you mean you don't like it? Or, oh yeah, that episode sucked. I mean, he knows like all the Star Trek stuff pretty much in detail. He's bad sometimes with names, but like his attention to detail and his memory of all these shows, especially Voyager, because Janeway is his favorite Star Trek captain, to my knowledge, aside from Kirk.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's Kirk and then Janeway. And even though I hate Janeway, I'm like, she be.
I do too. I'm surprised.
But he loves her.
That's great.
And so, he'll sit there. Yep, that's what. Oh no, the reason she was a B on this episode is because of this, or like. So it's interesting to hear him interact. And I used to watch Clobby's Saturday Night Show for a while, but then I just got to the point, the fact that I go in at like 7 every day, my sleep schedule just doesn't typically allow it. But now that he's working nights, I'm, I'm staying up Saturday night and I'm listening to it because it helps to keep me company when I'm waiting for him. And, it helps him to interact as well. So, we enjoy Cloppy's show. He and Raquel are so sweet.
They're so much fun to listen to, but at least even if she's his second favorite captain, at least he knows she's being a bitch.
That's right. And he admits like, well, this is why. And I was like, it's still she a B, dude. And he was like, oh, I'm just saying. I'm like, well, I'm just telling you. So we kind of go back and forth on it.
One show they did not like that Raymond and I both kind of we like, maybe not every little part of it, but I guess because of our aviation background, we both like the episode that shows that Amelia Earhart is in the Delta Quadrant.
Oh yeah.
And
I sort of remember that one.
That's the 37s.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
I liked it, but
my mom liked it a lot.
But I thought it was an interesting one to go back that far. I thought that was really interesting.
Someone's making a
She's so funny. She has caps on her two front
an animal balloon
because they got knocked out with the softball when she was younger. So she has caps on her two front teeth, and she had to get them replaced. And she was like, "I looks like a Ferengi." I'm like, "Oh, Mom."
Right. Well, tonight's interim producer has just informed me that we need to start getting ready to wind down because he still has to talk about PodCon and his show notes. And
You know
we have
what?
to get ready for Claudia.
You know what, Raymond? This is ladies' night, not King Dolphin night. Okay, I don't know what you were thinking.
You made my drink come out of my nose, Raymond. Thank you very much.
He did ask for it.
Yeah. Although I have to admit, my food has showed up and I've been sitting here staring at it, so I'm hungry.
Oh,
sorry. You've been eating as you talk.
Well, Wendy, did you not catch me like taking mute interims whenever this started? Because my food had just arrived in, and I was just
well, I've been picking at it. It's fish chicharrones, so it's just small bites of fried fish.
Oh, that sounds good.
I had meatloaf.
I love fish chicharrones.
Food was the reason I wasn't here earlier too. And it's a good thing that this is about to be over because for some reason the combination of the topic of butt stuff and Star Trek has led the chat to mention New Trek.
Oh boy. That's a hell of a rabbit hole right there.
That is not Star Trek by any stretch of imagination.
That's a rabbit hole we do not want to go down.
Oh
no.
No.
Uh-oh. Did you hear that?
All right.
Right. So Lenrod made a comment somewhere back in here that I don't know where it got off to about it being first ladies' night he has seen with ladies only.
Yeah, we had a good turnout. We had a lot of fun. This was a lot of fun. Maybe we should take the show over more often.
I don't know if they can handle it.
Please tell me that made Raymond's eyes roll.
Wait, so who's typically the guy with the ladies or the men with the ladies?
Well, John Rendell.
Well, we had in the past we hadn't had a lot of turnout.
Yeah. It's usually been maybe Wendy, and if Raymond makes me come on, and Carla's been there, but usually you wind up having
Tiger Stripes. Tiger Stripes.
But usually it's scarce on females.
Oh, I feel bad because every time you guys have asked me, I've had some crazy stuff going on. So I'm glad I could make it today. It's just been a rough,
well, don't feel bad.
couple
you
years
can do what you can do.
couple
don't
months.
do that.
People can only do what they can do, and people aren't always available when they want to do things. Like my schedule's so crazy, I can't always be doing things I want to do. So
I don't like letting you or Raymond down. You guys are too kind to me, and I don't ever want to, do wrong by you two. So
yeah, well, I feel like I've let down the channel a lot because I just can't always make it. Even whenever I'm supposed to have a day off, I'm still at the hospital.
How dare you?
I feel terrible for it, but things happen.
And people can be places. Like when people can be here, wonderful. We love to have people come here.
Mm-hmm.
But
Let
we
me tell
also
you about
realize that
Sandra.
everyone has a life. Yeah, or
Yeah.
you know, you might be
Right.
sick, you might have a date, you
Thanks,
might
Raymond.
have something going on. Yeah, can't always be where you want to be.
Let me tell you
Yeah.
about Sandra. Last year, when I got my blood clots and I was out, she stepped up and took over for me. And I am so grateful to her. I could never repay what she's done.
Oh yeah.
And
Well,
I
we all know
am,
Sandra
She's
is
an amazing
awesome.
lady.
Do you think that's from getting the vaccine, Mary?
yeah, I absolutely do.
So,
Yeah,
I
no.
absolutely do. I got 2 shots because we were going to go out of the country and then we decided not to because of the whole bullshit going on in the airports and shit. So we just decided to go to Florida instead, and we went scuba diving and stuff. So the thing is like I hadn't had a chance to even do anything or like until I got those shots in my back again. And then as soon as I got them, I was like, oh my gosh, this is like night and day. Right, Sandra? I came back like full force.
Yep.
And that's it. It was everything to me. So I sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart for helping when I couldn't be there. And
It's
I'm
all part of
sorry.
being part of the team. You know, Doomcock brings us all together, and it's just all part of being his team.
And I just really, really admire you, and I just think you have like everything a woman needs to have, and I aspire to be like you, and it's just you're amazing.
Well, thank you. I don't think I'm really anything special, but thank you.
No, you are. You are
You
definitely,
are.
definitely.
I'm just me.
We have a lot of wonderful ladies
What?
here, and I love you all. So just
Yeah,
wanted to
I
say
think yeah, I think everyone
I
here has
know.
a
But hey,
special talent,
th-
has special abilities, and I think it's a privilege to know each and every one of you.
Aw.
Yay, I'm
absolutely.
thank you. I feel
special.
privileged to know
I'm just
you, honey. That's because this is cocktail sauce. It's not hot sauce.
nice.
All right, it's 10 after
She
9
operates
here.
on
I
people.
gotta go to coffee. I have a
Well,
red.
well, you know, there's a difference between knowing the difference between blood and lymphatic fluid and knowing the difference between hot sauce and
Oh my
Cocktail
goodness.
sauce.
cocktail sauce.
I admit because this place their salsa is more like picante sauce, so it's a little more saucy. So I can get it, I guess, but when you open it up, you should notice it right away that there's no seeds.
Well, one would think.
Sorry, Sandra. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. That brought tears to my eyes, though. But you
But
really,
Sandra deserves it.
you touched my heart so much.
Yeah, I agree. Sandra's incredible.
I think
Yep.
Sandra
you're
is awesome. I can tell you guys for real because she's a real person and she does exist.
she
And
does.
you know, she and I are both very like we don't like to be touched. And I was like, Sandra, I want to hug you. Is it okay if I hug you? She's like, yeah, I'm okay with that. It was so
Aw.
great.
Well, and you don't sugarcoat things either. You're always telling the truth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Always very
Yeah.
honest.
exactly.
Well, yeah, I
Well, she's super
learned.
gracious as well. But she's
Like
super
we had
gracious as well as
problems with a
not
guy.
taking shit from anyone.
We had a problems with a guy last night, and I just was like, hey, this is how we've always done it, and we explained it to Doomcock, and he was all good with it. By the time we were done talking to him, because this guy has been doing it for months now, and it's getting irritating, and I've had enough. So
He crossed the line last night a couple
he
of times.
did. He crossed the line,
And
yeah,
I was
we let him
glad
get
you
away
were
with a
there
lot.
to back me up because I really was like, hey, I don't want.
Sandra's an ultra mama bear.
Yeah, she's a mama bear. She totally is. I love it. My mom's a mama bear too. She reminds me a lot of like her personality, not like old. I'm not saying you're old like my mom. I'm saying that your personality reminds me a lot of my mother. So I really, really appreciate what you have done to help me out, and I thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome. And I just see it as a team. We all need to work together.
Absolutely, I do too. And you made me change my mind about that too.
Oh,
So because when you guys came in, it was just me, you
yeah,
know, and I wasn't part of a team.
yeah. I guess that could be hard when you're used to doing things yourself, and then you suddenly
Yeah,
have to work with other people. It makes
yeah.
it difficult
Oh
sometimes.
yeah.
It really made it difficult at first, and then I don't think I did things the right way at first, and I apologize for that.
Everybody has a different methodology, a different
Yeah,
way of dealing
Hmm.
with people, and put together, like Sandra says, we're a team. Put
we're
together, we're
team.
formidable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And last night we showed that. We really did. We showed we were a team last night. So, you know, um, I just think that that's the greatest thing that we could do for Doom Talk. You
Yeah.
know,
And speaking of teams, this is a good team we have here too. I mean, look at the way
Oh.
the guys all pull together for Raymond. We're pulling together. I actually came on here
Yeah.
because Raymond pushed me into it and made me do it, and I made Rennie do it because I told Rennie I wasn't going on if she didn't come on. So I kind of strong-willed her. Uh,
Hey,
You know,
so
sounds like
I would
you're
do
trying
anything I
taking a
can for
book.
you, Sandra, if it's within my
Yeah.
power.
well,
So
thank you.
you're a good lady, and I love
you
you
are.
bunches.
I love you.
Sometimes the best streamers are the ones who don't want to do it.
Oh, that's sweet. But
I love you very much, Sandra. I hope you
oh,
know that.
I love you too, Mary. But yeah, the crew that Raymond has pulled together. I mean, look at the guys in the chat. Just, I mean, they're
I
Yeah.
know,
egging us
and
on.
I'm friends
They're
with all of them.
encouraging us, but they're there for Raymond too. When his mom passed, they were there for him. When his mom was sick, they were there for him.
They're
They
Yeah,
awesome,
supported
man.
him through thick
They're
and
amazing.
thin too. So I think this is a pretty special community that Raymond has built here.
I
Amen.
absolutely agree, which is why I show up every Saturday, or try to if I can. Sometimes
I
I
just
just,
I
but
want to tell Snortopoopas, by the way, I have a good aim and I can shoot a rifle. So watch that snout.
Uh,
so can I, snort a poopers.
Okay.
and Raymond is giving me the evil eye and the waving me down,
Yeah.
and he is wanting to take over. So, should we let him take over?
I guess
Yes.
because he's just
Oh,
not
you
going to
may
leave you
Yeah.
allow it.
alone, Sandra.
Allow
Oh
it.
no. And we
We
have
gotta
to
go to
have
Klobby
yeah.
soon.
Yeah, exactly. We do need to get to Clobbies, and I don't know if he knows how to share a link. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that up and put it in the regular chat so everyone can go do a pod
Okay.
raid at Clobbies. I guess we'll let Raymond do his notes, and he can do a little bit more about PodCon and a little more details, especially as far as what he and Lenrod have cooked up. Um, so I want to thank every one of you for being here. Um, Mary, Wendy, Carla, Jill, Rennie, thank you so much for supporting me in this because I don't know how to swim and I would have sunk. So yeah, I really
You
appreciate you
did
guys coming on.
great.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Not,
did
and you know
awesome.
me,
Okay.
I don't just hand out compliments like candy. I'm
Yeah.
just being honest.
No.
I know. I don't hand them out either,
No.
like candy.
Well, I had
I
a really good.
When I say something, I truly, truly mean it.
Yep. So yeah, I had a really good time with you guys and everyone in the chat. I appreciate all of you too, and it's been really fun watching some of these comments go by. I haven't been able to read all of them out loud because I have not as good as Raymond is with doing that, but Yeah, I've appreciated everyone being here and playing with us tonight. So,
Thanks for
Raymond.
having me. The toddler just woke up, so I have to go.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going
See
to
you
turn it
guys.
over to Raymond now. Thank you again, everyone. And
Thanks, Sandra. Love ya.
Good
yeah,
night,
love you,
Carmen.
I will see you guys in the chat in the Funny Papers at Clobby's channel.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
Love you, Chica.
Love you guys.
Stay out.
Randy.
Okay, I am back. I know I'm going to be a hard act to follow with this outstanding panel. I think this is the best ladies' night we've had. This has been the best ladies' night ever.
Oh yeah, 4 hours just flew by. My gosh.
I would have gotten here sooner. Would have been cool.
Yeah.
That every time.
I'm glad you made it.
Yeah,
I'm glad you
Jill.
made it.
I'm really excited that you were able to
glad
make
you
it.
made
That
it,
was
Jill.
cool.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, we will, now that I have the, oh, look at us. Who's this strange voice interrupting? Yeah, I know. Okay, so, yes, it's time for notes. Okay, Ginger, okay, she's back. So, show notes. And because it's ladies' night, guess what? No. You're not getting the old one.
Why are you echoing, Raymond?
Because you're still on.
I'm muted.
Okay. I'm not echoing. I'm fine. Okay.
You kind of are echoing.
I wonder if I can have the echo cancellation thing on. Okay, is that better? Okay. It's room echo, not mic echo. Yeah. Okay.
Shows with Mr. Rain. Shows with Sandra Mr. Raymond, push the button.
All right, now it's time for show notes. As John said, it's time for echo notes, or because he's talking from the dolphin tank. Yeah.
Well, now the echo's gone, but you're quiet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, poor Raymond can't get it one way or the other. It's either one way or the other, no middle ground.
How's this, better?
Right?
Mm.
Better?
You just sound like you've stepped away from the microphone.
You sound like you're on the toilet, to be honest.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, Sandra, I can hear you laughing.
Somebody had to say it, and that was Rennie.
You know me, I'm pretty brutally honest sometimes. I apologize for that, but
don't need to be. That was good.
Okay, so show notes is kind of lean for the rest of the month. On Valentine's Day, we're going in the spirit of Valentine's Day. I'm going to do another comic book review. I'm going to review in the spirit of live Valentine's Day. I'm going to review the Fantastic Four annual, The Wedding of Reed and Sue. I think that would fit quite nicely with Valentine's Day. So, just cause every Saturday, same craziness, same shenanigans, and same fun. And I really appreciate everybody's comments for your love for this channel. I love you guys. I love all you guys, and I think you guys are the best. You guys make it easy for me to come on and do this twice a week, and I appreciate it and love you all. And even though I don't have anything for the rest of the month, it's time to talk PodCon. We are getting ready to invade Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. You thought the battle in the Civil War was bad enough. Wait till PodCon comes. We have a date. It will be on June 22nd. We have a venue. It will be the Lincoln Social Hall. They've got food, of course. They got a night that we're working on where we will actually be, and we are also. I told them that we have a bunch of musicians in the pod, and she was thinking of bringing a band in for that day. But then when I told her about these musicians and that we would probably enjoy doing an impromptu adult jam, she's all for it. We'll be doing some negotiating on it, but it looks like it's going to be a great time. We'll have music, we'll have food, we will be doing, and for those who cannot make PodCon, we will still do a Just Cuz that evening.
Cool. That's really far for me. Gettysburg is a long ways for me.
I know. It takes you forever to get out of Texas.
Yeah.
Let's see. Lenrod says, we'll do our own gig. Gonna stack the Marshalls 10 feet high. Ooh.
Oh, get out.
Well, this could be good. Hey, Lenrod, let me know if you got a drum kit. Otherwise, I'm going to have to bring my own.
You have a drum kit, Raymond?
Yes, I do.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
How did I not know that?
We've actually played recitals together.
Yes, we've played recitals together. Yep. I've done adult jams. You could
How
check
come you
some of the
haven't
video.
bragged about this stuff?
Yeah. I've put a couple.
He's got a video on his channel. Way back at the very
Girl,
beginning.
I don't have time for YouTube 24/7 here. Come on now.
That's true. June 22nd is also the anniversary of the invasion of Russia by the naughty men from the Central Europe. Coincidence?
Wow.
I think not.
Oh, so we
boy.
know what Raymond's really celebrating here, folks.
No. It's PodCon. Don't worry, Landron, I'll bring my kit. I can fit it into my car. So we're also going to try and negotiate some blocks, room blocks, if anybody does come in. The closest airport, as Sandra said earlier, is Barbados PodCon. The closest airport is Harrisburg. So if anybody does want to come in that way, you can. And so we're still, everything is set. We're just doing some last minute tweaking and adjusting. And I think at this point when should we start sending for RSVP, Sandra? Okay. She doesn't know yet, but we do have the date.
How much notice do they need to get stuff ready for us?
I will check with them on Monday, now that we've got a date. So, that is all the information on PodCon. More will be coming out, but it is a done deal, and we are going to do it. They do have a good Wi-Fi system, so we shouldn't have any issues with streaming. So, I'm looking forward to it, and I'm hoping a lot of people are looking forward to it, and we'll be out here. We're gonna have. Looks like it's gonna be. We're gonna have Fett. We're gonna have Lenrod. We're gonna have John Rendall. Hope, Pudgy, and Cobalt will be here, and it looks like it's gonna be a good time. And hopefully other people that see this will decide to come on out and visit King Dolphin and Queen Dolphin and the rest of the pod. So I'm excited for it. I really am. Yep, John, it's going to be awesome. We knew. Hey, we said we were going to make it happen. So now it's happening. And hopefully it'll be the first of many. So, how many amps do I need to bring in not wattage? Pretty sure we need to shake the foundations.
Remember, it's a new place. We don't want to destroy it the first time we use it.
True. It's new. As Sandra said, we don't want to destroy the place, our first and only. We want to be able to go back later. So, okay. So, that is PodCon. That is the rest of show notes. So let us close out show notes. And in honor of Ladies' Night,
it's time for show notes. It's time for show notes. It's time for show notes. With Mr. Raymond and Sandra too. It's time for show notes. Dun.
dun, dun. And Snorter Pooper says, how many decibels do we need to break the record set by the artillery in 1863? I do not know. We'll have to check that out. All right. So, I will start by thanking the lovely ladies of the panel for being here. Anti-Derivative Jill, thank you for being here. And
You're welcome.
let's see. Get your channel out there. Tell us what's coming up on your channel.
Yeah, sure. I have a channel, Anti-Derivative Jill. I really love talking about science fiction and watching new things I've never seen before, but also talking about stuff I have and just exploring what it means to me, how it affects my life. And also, on Tuesday, I'm still going through the rest of the original series. We've got 9 episodes left. So the next one is Whom Gods Destroy. So that's season 3. Then on Friday, we're going to review I've never seen this movie before. It's called IQ. It's supposedly a romance movie, but with Albert Einstein. So we'll see what that's like.
I think I've seen that. Is that the one with Walter Matthau?
I've heard of it, but I never saw it. I heard of it though.
Well, I'm gonna watch it for the first time and talk about it.
Oh, cool.
And that'll be this week coming up tonight after midnight.
Yeah, I saw the commercial for that.
Yeah, tonight after midnight, I'm going to play a game, Dig, by LucasArts.
Oh, okay.
So that'll be fun.
All right. Go
Thank
to
you.
Anti-Derivative
Nice.
Jill. She's doing a lot of cool things. All right. Rennie, thank you for being here. You are absolutely amazing. Thank you for being here. And
thank you for the invite, Raymond. I really appreciate it. I told Sandra, I know as busy as my schedule has been off and on, it's been hard to make it when you guys asked, but I really wanted to try to be a little bit more available as much as possible. So you guys have always been good to me. So I do appreciate it.
okay, thank you. And where are you all at?
Me? Yeah, I am at, so Sundays you can typically see me on Mr. Brown Alliance's channel. Mr. Brown is pretty awesome. He was a graphics designer and now he's got his own channel. On Sundays we talk about the weekly happenings. Sorry, Athena. So we talk about the weekly happenings, and then on Wednesdays, I believe they kind of sometimes will do a movie stream or whatnot. Soon we'll be talking about Godfather Coda. This is something that Brown has done as a personal favor to me. The last 2 years, and plus this year, we'll be doing a Godfather movie around Godfather anniversary time. These movies mean a lot to me. I watch them every year. So for those of you that haven't seen it, Coda is the better or clearer version of The Godfather 3, the one that Coppola really wanted to make versus the one that got studio interference and wound up being Godfather 3. So we'll be talking about that probably in March. And then from time to time, I'm on the Two Host channel. with Dark Hour and Uninspired Reviewer. Earlier today, we were talking Hot Fuzz, which is one of my favorite movies. I love the Cornetto trilogy. And then if you like retroactive stuff, I used to be on Ms. Martin Muse's channel talking about books with Teresa and Steve Kenobi, two wonderfully intelligent people that know their stuff when it comes to books and love to read. So if you love to read, Ms. Martin Muses is definitely for you.
If you need a reading companion to the Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion, Miss Martin Muse's channel has an incredible one.
Yes, we talked about all those books, and I consider myself very blessed to be a part of that. So, yeah, those are just a few things that I've done within the last couple of years. So,
Okay, Lenny, put one of the channels that you're at in the link. You are
okay.
You're arranged so you can do it. Ginger Menace.
Okay,
Mary,
well, I appreciate that.
Thank you for.
Take care
you can put it out. You could put it out there, and I'll share it once you post it into the main chat. Mary, Ginger Menace, thank you for being here.
Of course.
Joining late night.
I enjoyed it very much, so thank you.
I'm glad you did. And the amazing, my co-host, Wendy Trauma Warrior. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me on. I had so much fun with you ladies tonight. Oh my gosh. I've had a really rough week, so it's been really great to hang out with you girls. It really has. It's been a very tough week. So
I feel the same about you.
Yeah. Well, it's always good to have you on, Wendy, my co-host, and
you guys are like our stress releaser.
We try. We try. And of course, Queen Dolphin, my producer, Sandra. Love you, honey. Thank you for doing this. This was epic.
I love you too, but don't count on it too often.
That's the Sandra we love right there.
The Sandra we know and love.
The only reason I did is because I love you when you asked me.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, tells it like it is.
She does.
You know what?
That's why we love her.
She is a real queen because she owns, baby. She owns.
She does.
As she says, the filter is malfunctioning and the parts are on back order.
Right.
Be here on Tuesday.
Yep. Okay, and now let me thank everybody who's joined Ladies' Night. We had Cobalt Bald Eagle. We had Dalek 451. We had Disney Sheepherder. We had Herc 130. We had FKHC 2005. We had let's see. We had
I'm sorry, but
we had Sci-Fi Mombi. We had Taylor Swift, greater than Disney.
Matt G.
Also known as Matt G. Yes.
Mayor McCheese.
We had the lovely Sherry, and also.
I didn't see her in the chat earlier. I felt terrible for not noticing.
And the amazing Carla Burton, who was here on the panel as well. And now
Comic Relief said that Raymond better be wearing a dress.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I have a kilt, and you see the loincloth on the splash page. Thanks, Fred, for hiring. That was great.
It was very nice of him to give abs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He gives me boobs, so.
Yeah, that's the best I've ever looked.
He gave me legs.
You got melons, Wendy. Forget that. Remember that. You've got melons.
You got the melons.
That's right. I like melons.
The huge melons. Big bouncy melons.
The big bouncy melons.
Okay, so and now my amazing ranchers. We had the Comic Relief Crusader here. We had Stark of Iron visit us. We had Pudgy Hedgehog here. We had the first one last out, Legatus Legionii. We had Fet for Hire, the most dangerous memer in YouTube. We had Big Daddy MRI. And we had John Rendell. And, of course, we could not... Hail, Snoopy! We could not have a show without the baddest bear on the internet. The bear without compare. As Snoopy is walking out. Start up a bus! Q-bar! Dot scream! Oh, and also, I was able to drag him out of bed. Because I know everybody wants to see him. Sniffles! Dot boom! Had to do it. Night, guys. Great ladies' night. You ladies were awesome.
Thank you, Raymond.
Raymond, you and Sandra are awesome.
Well,
Yep.
Thank you.
Totally.
Well, thank you.
Totally.
We appreciate all the support you guys do. You guys are absolutely amazing. You make it fun for me to come on here every twice a week and help make this a great community. Oh, and I forgot. Oh, I would be remiss. I forgot one person who was here. Oh, dang it. Raquel Briggs was here. Thank you for dropping in and saying hello.
Raquel Briggs was here. Wow.
Yeah, she showed up for a few minutes. She didn't come on the panel, but she came in and said hi to everyone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep, she was here. So, and check her out on Hi Ramsey.
Killing
Bye,
me,
Ramsey. So yes, yep, she was here. So, okay, so that is. Oh, and Lenrod. I can't.
You're killing me, Smalls.
I can't forget Lenrod. He was here, and he'll be a big part of PodCon. We're already starting to talk about the music sets. So, oh, and Agent Pepsi 1 was here at the panel earlier on. She had to leave because she lost power because of, I guess, weather. I hope it gets back. I hope it gets back.
Sounded like it was really bad.
Yeah, I hope it gets better and that she has power very soon. So, that is. Oh, look at how the crown just lays on my head. Yeah, I like that. So, everybody, you all have a good night. You stay safe. Have a great weekend. See you Wednesday for the comic review. And I love you all, and you guys are awesome. Ladies, stick around in the green room. So,
Everyone take care and stay safe.
Yep. Love
Have a
you
good
all.
night.
Have a good night, everybody.
Much
Good
love
night.
to the chat.
I will be.
Yes. Hail to the pod.
Hail
See you
to the
next time.
pod.
Hail to the pod.
Ooh.
Oops, I forgot Snort's I forgot Snort's comment about taking care.
Aw.
Yeah, I can't.
Well, you're still live.
I was
Yeah, I know,
gonna
I
say.
did. Yeah, I did that. I turned it off on purpose because.
Oh.
Let's see. Where is it? I know it's here. Snort. Where is it? I can't. Let's see. Where is it? Okay, there it is. Never can go without this. Take care of every human, dolphin, doggo, Dalek, ferret, eagle, hedgehog, and giant clam. Yes, you gotta take care of those giant clams. Alright. Yes, do not enrage the bear. Okay.
Now we're safe.
Now we're safe. Yes. We
Yeah,
can't
that's good
enrage the
advice from the Canadian.
bear. Yes.
Ramsey,
Yes,
you're
indeed.
killing.
Yes, indeed. Alright. Again, love you all. Stay safe. Have a great weekend. See you Wednesday and Saturday
Yep.
for Just Cuz.
Thank you, Raymond.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.